All right, welcome everyone. Happy Super Bowl Sunday, and welcome to Chasing Rings. It's our Super Bowl 60 pregame show. Taking a shot at this. I'm Guru, your host, and with my co-host G. What's up, G?
Hey, what's happening, Guru? What's up, big dude?
And my other
Hey,
co-host, Dude. What's happening? What's happening?
happy Super Bowl Sunday to everybody.
Yeah, the end of the season is finally coming, man. Happy for the game. Sad that the football season comes to an end, but we'll talk football all year round. So we'll have it covered until camp opens up again. But today we're going to do, I don't want to say a deep dive because our last episode on Thursday really kind of delved into this matchup. We gave our picks, but we're going to give our final analysis, give a summary of kind of what we talked about on our Thursday show, and kind of do a final look as we count down to tonight's matchup. Like I said, we went pretty in depth on Thursday's show with our full preview and predictions. If you missed that, please feel free to go back. We're available on all the streaming platforms. If you want to go back and listen to any of the previous episodes, but definitely check out our Thursday episode where we really were heavy on our predictions and the breakdown of this game. But today we're going to continue that analysis. Like I said, we're also going to take a quick scroll down memory lane and kind of talk about, what some of our Super Bowl memories were and talk about that. We have a few guests that are going to join us in the second half hour. We're going to get their take on the game, and we're also going to get their predictions. So you'll be with us hopefully for the next couple of hours leading off the kickoff. We'll have a little bit of fun on here. Just kick back and enjoy just a basic conversation with the guys here. So we appreciate you rocking with us. If you're on, feel free to join in the chat. Please to add your comments in the chat. We'll love your take on the game and who you're predicting. And we love for you to plop your favorite Super Bowl memories in there as well. So feel free. So let's go. So we've infused our show with a new segment that we call Wait What? And fellas, did you know that Mike Vrabel has a chance to really go down in history today? So 4 coaches have won rings as players and coaches, right? We have Mike Ditka, who played for the Dallas Cowboys, coached the Chicago Bears to the Super Bowl. We have Tony Dungy, who played for the Steel Curtain, Pittsburgh Steelers back in the day. He won a Super Bowl with Indianapolis as a coach. We have Tom Flores, which a lot of our younger audience may not be familiar with, but he was a player for the Chiefs and coached, I believe, the first time the Raiders moved to Los Angeles. So the Los Angeles Raiders, and they beat the Washington, at that time, Redskins in the Super Bowl. And then our newest addition to this club was Doug Peterson, who was a quarterback for Green Bay, which many of you may not know. And, of course, he led the Eagles to their first Super Bowl. So Mike Vrabel has a chance to not only join that club, but Mike Vrabel has a chance to be the first one to do it with the same team.
Wait, what?
Oh, wow.
Wait, what?
That's first ballot Hall of Fame stuff right there.
Team. I didn't even think about that leading up to this.
And you know what else? I wonder if any other coaches scored 2 touchdowns in the Super Bowl like Vrabel did.
That's a whole nother one. But what do you have for us, G?
Well, so I'm doing background, just curious what states in our union are represented in the Super Bowl. And there are quite a few from my home state, as you can see, North Carolina. New England has 6. And my wait, what is, one of them went to the same high school I went to, West Forsyth. That's Jared Wilson. And then Seattle has 5 from North Carolina. And another, wait, what? Is one is from the Triad. The Triad area is Winston-Salem, Greensboro, and High Point. So there are these 3 cities, and they call it the Triad. And I'm from the Triad. And so we have one from the Triad, and that's Warry. So it's kind of surprising that some people from the home team are there.
Okay. And what do you have for us, big dude?
Well, G, you mentioned the name, and it's almost like we all talked about this, but you all know how much I want to give the O-line love. Everybody calls them the big uglies. I call them the big beauties. But today, of all the Super Bowls, this is Super Bowl 60. On the Patriots offensive line, on their left side, is Will Campbell and Jared Wilson from Gerald's hometown. They are the first 2 rookies to start in the Super Bowl on the offensive line.
Wait,
Wow.
what?
That's
Yes,
wild.
sir.
Carolina representing.
That's wild.
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, that's it for our wait, what? Moving around the ring in news, the Hall of Fame announced its 2026 class on Thursday. And our inductees are Drew Brees, who was certainly the Saints' legendary quarterback, led the Saints to their first Super Bowl victory. I'm so jealous as a Bills fan. Roger Craig, who was part of those 80s 49ers teams that were so great that established San Francisco as one of the legendary teams in the league. We have Larry Fitzgerald, of course, some of the best hands to ever play. We have Luke Kuechly, which is a little bit of a controversial selection given some of the snubs that took place, Belichick namely, but Luke was a beast. So congratulations to him as well. And Adam Vinatieri, which the irony of it, Adam Vinatieri won 2 Super Bowls on kicks to help New England kind of get their legacy going. So I guess it's only justice that he's being inducted, at the same time that the Patriots are kind of getting ready to make their run. So congratulations to all those inductees. The other news we have before we get into it is because of the snub of Bill Belichick, that the Hall of Fame selection committee is looking at doing something a little bit different with the process in terms of who the makeup of the committee is. So we'll kind of keep our eye on that. G, you had a comment?
Yeah, was Vinatieri in New England during the 2 gates? Well, at least the first one. I don't think he was there during the second one.
I don't recall because I know he went on to Indianapolis and won a Super Bowl with them. He may have been a part of the Indianapolis team after that, but I don't know for sure. Remember off the top of my head.
Well, I'm going to go on mute and I'm going to check because I'm curious.
All right, so hit us up in the chat. Let us know what you think about that Hall of Fame class. What do you think about Bill Belichick being snubbed? We talked about that pretty in depth on one of our previous shows. We certainly had an issue with that, but let us know what you think about this Hall of Fame class and Bill Belichick being snubbed. So we can't talk about the Super Bowl and we can't get ready for the Super Bowl without thinking about the different memories that we all have from the games that we've watched. And, for me, watching the Super Bowl was one of the first experiences I had just watching football with my dad back in the day. So certainly a lot of memories. Big Dude, give me 1 or 2 of your favorite Super Bowl memories.
I will say, of course, let's start off early like you did. I think when the Cowboys played the Steelers and it looked like the Cowboys had a chance to win, and Jackie Smith drops the infamous pass, and the announcer said he has got to be the sickest man in America. I always felt bad for people, but not as bad for people in sports. And of course, I am representing Super Bowl 52, the big win with the Eagles over the Patriots, 41-33. Even though Brady
nobody
the
wants
bank.
to hear the Birds.
Do you want me to come up with a different one? I can.
No, I'm talking about your Super Bowl champion shirt. Don't you just rub it in on those of us without.
Okay. All right.
You got anything else, or that's the big one for you, Big Dude?
The other one is Doug Williams with a big win. First African-American quarterback to start and win a Super Bowl 1987 over the Broncos.
All right. What about you, G?
Yeah, Doug Williams, that was one of mine. So we're thinking alike, Big Dude. The other, you see my Carolina Panthers fan? You remember Super Bowl 50?
Yes.
Cam Newton goes to pass. The ball is knocked out of his hand. He goes to jump on it, but Ward has a hand on it, and Newton pulls back. So instead of going after that ball and giving up his body, he chose to keep his body and just let the ball be taken. And that.
Let me ask you this, G, as a Carolina fan, what was the deal? Has he ever explained why he didn't go after that ball? Like, what was the deal with that?
I'd like to know.
I just haven't. I just haven't heard it, but I'm sure he has. But here's my
That's
question: what can he say to make that okay?
well, that's what I was just about to say. There's no excuse. You didn't say you were scared. You can't say that.
Nope. Don't. So yeah, that right there. That's the first one that popped up. Williams was second, but then there was a third one, and I know this is not the Super Bowl, but it's on the road to the Super Bowl. Do
Mhm.
you all remember the Immaculate Reception?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Franco Harris. I, I was sick when that happened. I mean, I do know that there's some controversy around it, but nevertheless, it stands as a play. Oh, I was so sick because I was really rooting for the Raiders, to
Mhm.
actually win that game. But they lost, and Pittsburgh went on to lose, so I was happy about that. And I think Miami, that was the year Miami went 18-0, if I remember correctly.
What you have against the Steelers out of curiosity?
What do I have? Here's the
What did
thing.
you have, or
At
is it
the
still
time, my
existing?
big brother, this is just a little brother following big brother. At the time, my
Hmm.
big brother was a serious Cowboy fan. And, Cowboys and Steelers, they didn't particularly care for one another. So I didn't particularly care for them because I was a Cowboy fan at the time before I truly, truly understood football
Got
and
you.
chose my
Yeah,
own team.
yeah. Back then, I felt like everybody liked either Pittsburgh or Dallas, which they were the most popular teams back then. But for me, big dude, you talked about one that I was going to mention. Certainly, Doug Williams, being the first black quarterback to start in the Super Bowl, win a Super Bowl, and be named MVP was huge.
Yep.
One for me. That's our freshman year in college too. By the way, big dude, I watched that in the dorm lobby of Curtin Hall. Um, for my other memory
Kurt
is,
Hall.
yep,
That's a women's hall.
you know. So, yeah. Anyways, big dude, this is live, my brother. Okay, don't put me out there. My other memory was, and this might be my favorite memory actually, is the Marcus Allen run against
Oh,
Washington. I think it was like 74 yards, end of the third quarter. They had him pinned up, and then he kind of reversed field, and then he just took off. Like I don't think I realized how fast he was at the time, but once he saw the opening, he took off, and it was a wrap, and that kind of put that Super Bowl away. So those are really my two favorite memories of
mm,
Super Bowls. So far today, as we get into the game, it looks like the weather's good. The team's headed to the stadium already. Looks like we should be in for no outside variables in terms of conditions. I don't think there's any injury updates other than I know Spillane is still questionable. He was the linebacker that we talked about for New England that we felt would be really important as a part of that
Yeah.
middle of that defense because of his veteran status. But I haven't seen a last minute update. We'll check on that right before game time starts. But the last thing I saw was that he was questionable. Other than that, Zach Charbonnet is really the only big person that we know is out of this one. I think New England has a couple of other people that are questionable, but we look pretty good on the injury front. Um, in terms of analysis, like I said, we all did a deep dive into this on Thursday. And in thinking about it since then, kind of summarize for those who weren't with us on Thursday or who didn't listen to the Thursday episode, kind of summarize what your breakdown was. And if there's anything new that you thought about as you looked into this game, because I kind of find myself, I'm not going to change my pick, but feel like the time and the other things I'm hearing starting to get into my head a little bit. Because to me, this game is just too easy, to be quite honest with you. But we'll start with you, G. Just kind of summarize what your analysis was from the Thursday episode, and then bring in anything new that you may have thought about since we were last on.
all right. When we talked about key matchups and stuff, I think that really kind of encapsulated kind of all of our thinking about this particular game. And
Mm-hmm.
so for me, I felt that scoring in this game is going to be at a premium because both teams are very, very good on defense. And so that means looking at the offensive and defensive line play and seeing who is actually being the bullies and who are getting bullied, that's going to really play into this particular game. An X factor, which leads to my X factor, is the run game. I believe that the run game really needs to be an integral part of the winner. And I believe New England, Joshua Farmer is out at defensive tackle. So that kind of opens up some opportunities for Seattle. Though Charbonnet is out, nevertheless, the next men up are pretty decent people. So that defensive tackle being out, it could come into play.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Also, I think on the New England end, Spillane and Landry, they both had limited practice, but they should play. What I looked at this morning, they hadn't been just totally ruled out, but nevertheless, that can come into the short game as well as the run game if their injuries are limiting them in any sort of way. So that's kind of the high level thinking from my perspective with the addition of those injuries and those questionables that could likely play.
Got you. What a- what about you, big dude? Any
Uh,
additional things kind of enter your framework since our Thursday show?
Not really. I feel pretty good about the analysis that I did. One of the things I didn't notice was Travion Henderson. I know you had put up the comparison. It's interesting because Travion Henderson ran for over 900 yards and looks like had the most yards, but I think Travion Henderson may have only played and it just came to my attention today of looking over some things that I think he only had a handful of plays that he actually played in the championship. And Ramondre got about 94% of the carries as a running back. So it'll be interesting to see if they split the carries. It may take something off if they do that. Maybe there was a reason they didn't do that last time, but I think for sure if they use both of them, it might be a closer game. It's just that I'm still going to go with Seattle. And I think the score I predicted was the same. I mean, I guess I will mention that at the end. But this looks like it could be a more competitive game in the first half. But again, I'm not so sure anything is changed. And when I found out for sure, at least all the stuff that I saw that Jared Wilson from Gerald's hometown was also going to be another starting guard as a rookie, that it's going to be even more difficult now that we know we have a whole rookie left side, which could be good because they don't know anything, and that could be real good. But it's still a matter of them being able to move and know how to move during a situation like this. And I don't see a whole lot changing. And I think the thing that will hold things off is Rashid Shaheed. Something tells me he won't be in a whole lot on offense, but just enough to make a difference and to keep that threat there for an explosive play and open it up for the other folks. So I say it's pretty much the same. I think New England may play a closer game. Now, I think all the other folks and the prognosticators and analysts, I think they're starting to panic. That's the difference with me. I don't think I ought to panic. People are starting to panic and saying that Vrabel's got to win this game. He's got to win it. And well, yeah. And I think you had put on their guru that they hadn't lost any of the Super Bowls in white jerseys. I think we're beyond all that hocus stuff. No. So
you bring up an interesting point with the New England running back situation. I don't know if you guys remember that Ramondre Stevenson has a history of fumble troubles. And I know that it was bad last year, but I think early in the season, it may have reared its head again. And I think that's when Travion Henderson actually started to get a bulk of the carries at a point. But then I do think it, as you said, big dude, it did level off. Ramondre Stevenson hadn't turned the ball over recently. So that might be something we have to look at that we hadn't thought about before. He does have that history. So we'll keep an eye on that. For me, I know most of what we talked about on Thursday was the interior, and we, all were in agreement that it is going to come down to the trenches in terms of who's able to dominate which side of the ball and really put pressure on each other's quarterback. Who's going to be able to run the ball is going to be huge. And really, I think that might dictate at one level, dictate the game, because if New England can't run and Drake May's forced to be in a passing situation all the time, as good as Seattle's D line is, that front four, it could be a really, really long day for him. And then on the flip side, the same thing with Darnold. If you can get him flustered, I mean, he's been good this year, certainly been on a roll in the playoffs. He hasn't turned the ball over. He's only been sacked on average 2.5 times a game. So let's say 2-3 times a game. Though they, only played one less game because they had the bye week. But for the most part, he's protected the ball. He hasn't really put it in harm's way and put Seattle's offense behind the chains. But for me, this is really pretty simple. It's that O-line, protecting these QBs, running the ball. And with respect to the QBs, I mentioned on that last episode, Drake May's been sacked 15 times in the playoffs. All right, he's turned the ball over 4 times. That's something that we really need to keep our eyes on, because the narrative being pushed here is that he's been so great in the playoffs, but he has not played well at all in the playoffs. They scored 10 points against Denver. I forgot what it was against the Chargers. Was it 16 or something like that? And it was 28.
15 I think it was.
Houston. But Houston, those 28 points, if you think about all the turnovers that Houston had, a lot of those were gifted points. So the New England offense concerns me a little bit going into this game, because they have not really produced during the playoffs like they did during the regular season. And I know a lot of people, and we're going to try to be as objective as possible on here. Obviously, I'm a Bills fan, and I'm not necessarily having warm and fuzzy thoughts about the Patriots. I do want to be objective here when I'm breaking them down. While people say that New England played this weak schedule, you can only play who's in front of you. And they did what they needed to do. They showed glimpses of being a really good offense at times. I think there's no doubt that Drake May has a bright future. But I think for me, I need to see it one more time today before I'm convinced, because this will be the stiffest test that they face. We thought that when they played Houston, for sure, Houston would take care of that business. But unfortunately, Houston's offense let them down. So we'll see what happens today if Seattle is able to be the Seattle that we've seen all year. And when we wrap this up on Thursday, we kind of all agreed on this one thing. Seattle could win a bunch of different ways. New England was probably only going to be able to beat Seattle. Not that they couldn't win other ways, but only beat Seattle playing one way. And that would even probably include Seattle having to help them out a little bit with turning the ball over and not playing characteristically Seattle football. So we'll keep an eye on that. For me, I really think this is cut and dry. The point spread has not changed unless it changed since we got on here. It was a -4.5, favored Seattle. You guys remember what did we say the over and under was? 45.5, I believe.
Yes.
So we're not talking about, a really high scoring game, even though I think all of us picked really high scores. Some of the scores I've seen in the national media have been high 40s and 50 points. So it'll be interesting to see how this game is played. But other than that, anything else to add to the analysis of this game at this point? I mean, we're going to come back to it a little bit later and give our picks again. But anything at this juncture that you guys want to add?
No, nothing for me.
Nada. Take that silence as a nada. All right. So what do you think? What type of surprises do you think you might see? I know we're getting ready to bring some guests onto the show, but we have about 5 minutes before they come on. Is there anything that you think could surprise us today? Something, on either team, or it could be a player that jumps out that's maybe an unknown, or somebody maybe not playing up to their abilities. You guys kind of thought about that at all?
Yeah, you know what? Dang, this big dude just mentioned the brother's name for Seattle, the primarily kick returner. What's his last name?
Raheem Shaheed.
Yeah, I would not be surprised if they used him more, because he is a speedster. And if you catch New England playing off the line and giving, like 7, 8, 10-yard cushions or whatever, a quick screen pass, and then just let that speedster go, I mean, that would be a gift. So I wouldn't be surprised if Shaheed is actually used more, Big Dude. I know you don't think that, but I'm a
No,
contrarian when it
yeah.
comes to coaching, so I could actually see that.
Mhm.
Yeah, and we talked about him and Cooper Kupp possibly being X factors for
Mhm.
Seattle because with the matchup with Christian Gonzalez and JSN, that's going to
Hmm.
determine, how much freedom those two have. You got to figure if all this attention is placed on JSN, then one of those two have to be open. So this is a big opportunity for one of them to make some plays. Certainly, Shaheed also has the opportunity on special teams. He returned the opening kickoff of the divisional game against San Francisco for a touchdown. So I mean, he's certainly a threat. And as we mentioned in the last show, probably the best free agent transaction of the year. I mean, been super impactful
Yes.
every game since he joined Seattle. So we can't say enough about him, but that's a great point, G. I think he's somebody we really need to look out for.
Look for
Anything
Stephen
and
Diggs
Big
too.
Dude that say that again, G?
Look for Stephen Diggs too. I think that based on his years and being so close with Buffalo, I would not be surprised he balls out.
He should have a good game. I mean, he definitely will present some problems for the Seattle secondary. I mean, he's a savvy veteran. He runs his routes well, strong hands. He's
Hmm.
hungry, with all the pain and agony that he dealt with my boys. He's hungry. He's been waiting to
Hmm.
get to this point. And yeah, I expect him to do what he does. I definitely expect him to do what he does. But you know what I'm interested with him? And this is based on him being in Buffalo and how it ended. How is he going to react when things aren't going their way? Especially if Drake can't get him the ball or, if he's under pressure and he's getting open, but he just doesn't have enough time. I want to see if
Hmm.
he can maintain calm because that can be very disruptive if he is not patient, let the game come to him. But I agree with you. I think he could have a monster game, but he's got to let this come to him and kind of just go with the flow of the game.
Yep.
What about you, Big Dude? Any players that jump out?
Yes. Hunter Henry is especially I would say vertical. This will be, I think, the first time that Drake May tries to go vertical, but I think he's going to try to do it methodically with Hunter. And I think more so, Hunter Henry actually has 7 touchdowns this year. So you got to figure at some point, I think Seattle, and I think you mentioned some things, Guru. You talked about different DBs that might be on, like Witherspoon. I think you said you slapped Witherspoon on the edge. I think the last thing that we saw. The interesting thing is going to be how the rookie. Now we're speaking of rookies from Seattle, Amari. Amari, number 3. How he ends up playing Hunter Henry as well as coming up for the run. I think number 3, while he makes big plays all year, the question is how is he going to react to Henry running that slot and running that seam. And then, of course, the last one, I would say, adding on the Seahawks tight end, A.J. Barner, who does not get the ball much. A lot of times, this is the time where you get the ball, especially in the red zone. I would say everybody is going to lock down on a running backs. Kenneth Walker III. They're going to lock down on all the wideouts on quick passes. I think that everyone will forget about Barner. Getting him the ball, especially inside the 15-yard line, he may be able to make the catch that he hasn't made all year. So I think that would be the difference, that there's a lot of star power on Seattle, a lot of star power in some ways also on the Patriots. However, I would say Barner's the one with the least star power that can make the biggest play.
Funny story about Emanwari, and I hope we're saying his name right. His mom, he's from Nigeria, and they showed his mom arriving to come to the game, and they were asking her about it. And she's like, well, I'm not sure if there's supposed to be this big thing, but I'm not really sure what it is. I mean, it's the Super Bowl. I guess it's this big thing. So it was pretty funny And
Yeah.
I was thinking about how football for other countries is not as big, and it's defined differently for them. It's soccer to us, but so I thought that was pretty funny that
It
she
is.
has no idea what she's even here for or the magnitude of what she's about to witness. But it looks like our guests are starting to enter, so I'm going to add them to the chat. We still have a couple, so we'll get ready to get into our friends of the show segment. Junior, what's up, my friend?
What's up, fellas? How's it going?
Hey,
Hope everybody's doing
what's
well.
up, man? Hey, Junior, this is G, big dude. This is my guy, Junior.
What's up, fellas?
Hey, what's happening? Glad to have you here.
Hey,
Thank you. Happy to be
how
on.
you doing?
Right,
Awesome.
adding Big Charles to the stage. What's up, Charles?
Hey, how's everyone doing?
Hey, what's up,
Hey.
man? You
What's
already know Big Dude, but
Yeah.
there's G, my other co-host, and then Junior, my boy.
All right.
What's going on?
Junior.
Not
Nice to
much.
meet you.
Nice to meet you. Well,
Yeah,
to
nice
meet
to
you.
meet you.
We're just waiting for two more people to come in. But where are you guys watching the games today? Super Bowl parties, home? What's the plan?
I'm at home. I've got I can't go far. I've got a soon to be 2-year-old. So I'm on.
Yeah, you ain't going nowhere. What
Nope,
about you, Junior?
I'm at home. Chilling, nice
at
and
home?
easy. I already started early, ate some wings. I'm ready to go.
That's what's up. Hey, Noah, what's up, man?
What's going on, guys? How we doing?
Good. Everybody, this is Noah. We got Big Dude, we got G, we got Charles, and we got Junior. You know Junior, so
Absolutely. Good to be on with you guys.
What's going on,
where
Noah?
are you watching the game today, man? Home or are you
Home.
going to the Bills guys' house?
No, keeping it simple. Keeping it simple.
simple.
Home, eating well, few drinks. I just read next year is this Super Bowl is the day before President's Day, which is perfect.
Yeah,
Need an extra day.
I shouldn't have to take an extra day to go to the Buffalo Super Bowl parade then.
Yeah, I'll be right there with you.
All right, we're waiting on one more person to come on, but I'm going to get into the segment so we can keep everything pushing. So, fellas, off the bat, think about your favorite Super Bowl memory. All right, your favorite Super Bowl memory. Noah, I'm going to start with you. Talk to me. What's your favorite Super Bowl memory?
I mean, this is torture. I'm a Jets fan. I'm never going to see my team in the Super Bowl. I've accepted it. So now you're asking me to bring out a memory. Like, this is just wrong. Well,
What was it, Super Bowl -3? Was that the one they were in?
I wasn't even, -9, I think, -8. My favorite memory is, I don't even know if it's a game. I think it's one of my first Super Bowl memories, and it wasn't even the game. It was the Super Bowl shuffle.
Okay.
I mean, the game was great because the Patriots lost. So
Here we go.
I'll take 86. I'll
Here
take
we go.
2008. I'll take 2012. Just give me another Patriots loss. I'll keep stacking them as my favorite memories.
Noah, do you remember Noah, do you remember
Here we
the
go.
New England theme song they had? Because they had something counter to the
Yes.
Super Bowl shuffle. New England, the Patriots and me song.
What was unbelievable is the Bears were like, this isn't even a real game. We're going to spend the week preparing a song instead of practicing and prepping for the game. And then they went out and won 46-10 because it wasn't a game.
Shit, they were so dominant. They could do that. They could make a music video. They were so dominant.
Was
So
that the
dominant.
start of the rest of the start of the songs? Because then the Rams had one, the Eagles had one.
The Eagles had one,
The
yep.
Buddies watching you.
Yep.
It's,
All right, so Charles, what about you? What's your favorite Super Bowl memory?
My favorite Super Bowl memory would have to be Super Bowl 28, and it's for personal reasons. It's one because Dallas had won their second straight Super Bowl of the Jimmy Johnson era. And for that one, I was a student at University of Memphis running track, and I just got back. Got back from the meet the day before.
Mhm.
So spent that. Little did I know, I picked up food poisoning from the meet. So the minute that game ended, I ended up was just done for the night, and I had to get back to campus and still do my workout after class. And I was just like, "Hey, the Cowboys won, but I'm in no shape to party for this.
And boys and girls out there, it's true. Dallas really did win a Super Bowl before. They really were. They really were a great team before.
That was the beginning of the end. That was the start of just Rome burning again.
That was a long time ago.
Since the guy who's lost 4 in a row, and whatever. Junior, what's your favorite Super Bowl memory?
Well, I think there's so many, and Noah, thank you for bringing that up. And I knew Noah was going to come on the show.
Here we go with this New England ish. Here we go.
Immediately starting talking trash about New England. I knew that was going to happen. But whatever, he's a Jets fan, so we'll leave that alone. But I think there's so many, but I want to keep it current. And I want to go back to when we played the Seahawks last time. And what happened in that game. Where that should have been a Seahawks win had they just handed the ball off. And the decision to make that pass and that's that unbelievable. That was one of the greatest wins we've taken. Outside of many Super Bowls we've won, Noah. But we'll take that one.
Be modest, be modest, Junior. It's okay.
I know, Junior, my heart was going out to you, Patriot fans. It's been so long since you've been here. I feel for you guys. God, the torture that you guys have endured for all these years.
I would have paid money to see Marshawn Lynch laughing Pete Carroll's face after that play. I would have loved to see the camera just crying when he just laughed in him for why did you do that?
I just think that everybody in New England we still don't understand why that happened. You have the best running back. Just hand the ball off, you win the Super Bowl, and they go pass. That is crazy. That's just crazy.
So let me ask you this, because I don't think I've ever asked you or any other Patriots fan this. Right before that play, like, what's going on with your emotions? You're thinking, damn, we just lost, I would imagine.
I'm going to say right now, I was ready to shut off the TV. I'm like, this is over. We lost it. We came this far for nothing. And then that was just like, I think everybody in New England Nation, Patriot Nation was shocked. We were just shocked. You have the most dominant running back. You don't hand the ball and you decide to make that's just stupid.
I don't think I've ever been that mad about a game that didn't involve my team.
Who made the catch? There was a catch before that play. Someone from the Seahawks made a hell of a catch because the ball bounced off, and he managed to catch the ball off the ground. Right before that, throwing the interception, there was a pass that the Seahawks got tipped. He managed to get possession of it, and that got him inside into the red zone.
Yeah, that's what got him down there. And that dude had had they won, he might have been the MVP. I don't remember his name, but remember, he had some big catches there. Yep. And I don't think at the time anybody even knew who he was.
But that's crazy.
Q, what's up, Q?
What's up, fellas?
Welcome to Chasing Rings, man. Big dude. We got G in the house.
What's up,
boy Junior, Noah, Charles.
All right, fellas.
What you got? I saw that green and thought you had on Eagles too, man. Don't do that to us, man.
Listen, I converted over for a little bit, but I'm still a Bronco at heart, man.
Okay. I can give it that. So good timing, man. What's your favorite Super Bowl memory?
I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm a musician, so my favorite Super Bowl was the Michael Jackson halftime show.
That's okay. That counts.
You know what I'm saying? But I remember when Mark Rippon, this is back in the 90s. Mark Rippon threw that, what was it, a 70-something yard touchdown to open up the Super Bowl. Am I correct?
I don't know. I don't remember.
I feel like I done hurt somebody's feelings already. I made somebody.
I don't remember that. Who's Mark Rippon?
Well, the fact that it's the part that makes it even more damning is the fact that you had Thurman Thomas couldn't be in the first series because somebody from what's his name, Harry Connick Jr. took the helmet and moved it. I think Bill Polian is still upset today about that.
Okay, let's not really dwell on any Buffalo Super Bowls today. This day's hard enough for me as it is. No, I'm good. I can take. I mean, shoot, I'm a Bills fan. Of course, I can take it, right?
Would you rather your team make it and lose, or never make it, and you know they're never going to make it? What would you rather?
It's funny that you do say that, Noah. So, as much as I want my team to get to the Super Bowl, obviously, I do not think I would sleep for 2 weeks. I would be an absolute nervous wreck because I would be so fearful of losing the fifth one. Because how would I even come outside?
It's just,
So my
Okay.
question is, Walt, you said you're a Bills fan, correct?
Here we go. Yep, I am.
So my question is, Josh Allen balls out, man. Like, so what's it going to take to get him over that hump? You know what I'm saying? Because he just hits that wall every year at the same time. Second round, first round, he always hits that wall.
So we have a little thing in my little clique where we got Sugar High Josh and then Josh. So we need to do something. Don't feed him sugar before games because he starts thinking he can do things that he shouldn't be doing. And that's part of the problem. No, I think in all seriousness, I think that he feels so much weight, especially when the defense gives up so much, that every time he's got the ball that he's got to score.
Right, okay.
And I'm not making an excuse. I think that's a big part of it, but it's that gunslinger Brett Favre mentality, right? You know, you're gonna lose a lot of them, and for us, it seems like we're losing a lot more gunfights than he's winning.
Right.
So, but good question, though. Nothing else about the Bills, please.
Q, I got a question for you. You mentioned the Michael Jackson concert.
Oh,
was that the first concert? Was that the concert after Living Color had already taken like 2 Super Bowl halftime shows away from the NFL? Because that I think people should thank the Living Color show because that kind of made the NFL step up their game for shows.
Yeah. I agree with you. Hold on. I got my son with me, Maxwell. I
saw something about that today too. That people forget that the NFL was having a real problem at the time with viewership, and that Living Color really elevated this whole Super Bowl halftime show thing that we have today. So people forget about that.
Yeah.
Play with you.
I remember it like it was yesterday.
Okay.
All right, so let's get into this, man. We have some stuff that we want to ask you guys, and we certainly can't wait to see what your take on this game is and who you're picking. But Noah, I'm gonna start off with you, man, because we're feeling the same pain right now. As a Jets fan, how does it feel to see these bastards?
The same pain.
No, let me finish. Let me finish. These bastards, New England, are back on top of the division and are on the verge of winning another championship. And I know you got different problems from me. I do know that. I know that. But how do you feel about these dudes being on the edge of another chip?
It's culture. I mean, had Mike Vrabel gotten the Jets job, they'd be terrible. It's not Mike Vrabel. It's culture. So I think anybody with the Jets, Drake May had gone to the Jets, he would have been terrible. It's just who they are. So how do I feel? I feel when you have a well-run team, I hate it. I mean, look, it's the Patriots fans act like it's been so long. They don't know. And none of them existed before, before Brady. Now, then they all jumped on board. Find me one who knows Tony Eason.
We suffered for a long time, Noah. We did.
Stop it.
We suffered for a long time before Brady.
Who were on the bandwagon before?
God, here we go.
Stop it. They had a team before?
We sucked for a long time. We sucked before Brady for a long time. I mean, we had some stuff, right? We had a good quarterback for a little bit, but it wasn't always.
You guys were good when I was a kid.
Yeah, you Drew Bledsoe.
I mean, Jim
Brogan.
That's what I'm saying. We had some players, but not to the level of what moving forward that organization became with Brady and with Belichick. That was a whole different strategy.
MVP.
Mo Lewis.
Mo Lewis should be the Patriots MVP.
You got that right. He started the whole dynasty. He started the whole dynasty. So Junior, so how you feeling, man? After the 2 years away from the Super Bowl, how were you feeling to
Sorry for anybody who's not a Patriots fan. So I mean, it was a long time coming, but I think it's I'm going to equate this to like right. I'm also a Yankees fan. And so we have just been suffering for a while now because we're not spending the money on the right people and whatnot. And so I think for us, it's just sheer elation, like to be back to this so quickly, because I realistically believe we are at least another maybe 1 to 2 years away. But I think in making some of the right acquisitions, some of the right players, and the culture that Vrabel brought with him, from Tennessee, and just who he is as a person and how he runs his practices. I mean, it's no nonsense, but he still gives the guys freedom to just ball out. I think for us, it's just we're ecstatic to be back. I mean, you can see the improvement game after game after game this season. So to be here, I think some things definitely, I would say the ball bounced the right way for us, I guess, if that's the term that I want to use, because that last game, that was a massive defensive standout. Our defense was they played out of their minds, and it could have gone, and I'm going to say this, it could have gone either way in Denver. I really do believe it could have gone either way.
And don't forget, Mac Jones had you guys in the playoffs too, his last year in New England. So not a lot of losing for you guys there, Junior.
No, it's not. It's not. But I think, you know what it is? I think it's what Noah, I agree with Noah. I think good organizations that have good culture, right? There has to be a couple of things that make you stand out, but it's also some of the luck, right? Because you have to get key personnel in, and everybody has to be on the same page. And I think that it's just sometimes it is luck. It's not necessarily that you do everything right. But I think we have, from top to bottom, everyone in the organization is in sync again, and that helps.
And that's what you've been saying, G, throughout the playoffs. G, you've been saying a little bit of luck comes with this thing, right? And that probably applies to all sports.
Better be luckier than good.
That's right. That's right. Ask Villanova. Sure. I'm a Georgetown fan, by the way. Big dude, I'll turn it over to you, man.
Okay. And my questions are for Charles and Q. Now, you look at the Patriots. Patriots had quite a turnaround, from 4 games this year to where they are now. Vrabel, we know, is a good coach. We've seen what Vrabel could do as a player, and he's done so as a coach. And let me start with Charles. Are you surprised at this turnaround for them, kind of getting to the doorstep of another championship so fast? He inherited a team that wasn't so great, but then all of a sudden he's at the doorstep playing a lot of rookies. Are you surprised at this
I'm not
turnaround
surprised.
with Vrabel at the helm?
Sorry. I'm not surprised. I think I'm more impressed by how fortunate they were. And you look at, I think Junior mentioned about the culture. And one of the things about culture, the Patriots have been very good about, very savvy, something I wish the Cowboys had, in how they built their front office staff. And to be able to make that decision after Gerard Mayo's pretty much had an unsuccessful season, they decided to pivot and move him on, bring in Mike Vrabel, spent $209 million on free agency, 6 players I think they brought in from draft that are now, I think, who are starting. I think a lot of it has been just luck about how they've been able to make this work. They had the fact that timing is very fortunate that this year they had one of the easiest schedules. I think overall, I think in the history, they're one of the 5th, and they'll be like the 4th team that make the Super Bowl. They're putting now with the Miami Dolphins when they went undefeated, Cowboys when they won their first Super Bowl, the 99 Rams. So they're in a kind of a locked in place to have everything go. Plus for the playoffs to have you face a Los Angeles Chargers team's offensive line that's banged up. Then you face the Houston Texans, who all 3 teams had great dominant defenses. The Chargers, who had basically their offensive line was trash and ended up nothing going to be done there. Then you have Houston Texans, which their defense kept them in the game, but then your quarterback, who has regressed over the last 2 years, just gave the game back to New England. And then you end up playing Denver in snow, and basically you're going against Jared Stidham. I think the minute my man listed the last time the backup started, and I think it was the Cowboys losing to the Washington R's in 72. That kind of told the game, like, okay, there's no way Denver's winning this game. And sure enough, Denver didn't win. So I'm not surprised. I think it's more fortunate. Everything is lined up. I kind of equate it to spades. They got every high hand. They've got every face card, the big Joker and little Joker, and they've been playing it this whole season. And I think one of the things I also realized that research I looked up, they had of the season, I think half the coaches were either fired or new coaches. So they just had the stars aligned perfectly for this.
Got you. And he's the coach of the year. And Q, I mean, how do you feel about that? I mean, to go from 4 wins, and you played a little football. By the way, he's one of the top 30 Russian running backs in South Jersey all time.
What's up? That's what's up.
How important is it to have a coach to turn things around? What do you think about Vrabel? He got coach of the year, and Charles mentioned it takes a little luck. It takes some draft choices. It takes free agency. Well, I mean, how do you turn a team around in that type of time?
Well, a couple things. You get a group of people that buy into the system. You know what I'm saying? And you get people that believe that they can win. Because it's got to start inside the clubhouse. You know what I'm saying? And you put the right people in the right position to go ahead out and win some football games. And I think that's what happened. That's what's happening in New England. Like my man said, the culture of New England. I mean, it's a winning culture. And when you got guys that are putting their lives out and putting everything out on the line, that and not just for the for the ball club, but for their families, man. They want to win. They want to win just for for the overall sake of for themselves. You understand what I'm saying? But then on the flip side, I'm kind of a little salty a little bit because, like I said, at first I am a Broncos fan, and and we don't lose our quarterback, so we're singing to a different beat right now. You know what I'm saying? But shout out to New England for getting to where they are. You know what I mean? They like I said, they put the right people in the right spot. They got the right coach of the year, man. He done an excellent job to go ahead and put these boys in the position to go ahead and win the Super Bowl. You understand? But shout out to the New England Patriots, and hopefully next year, my Broncos will get back on track and pick up where we left off. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Yeah. And speaking of culture, both you and Charles Q mentioned culture and putting people in the right places. That sounds like it's a lot of coaching. So we'll take a look at Seattle. I mean, Mike McDonald has only been in Seattle for 2 years. They've always had a solid team, but to be at this level and to be this dominant on defense, is Mike McDonald getting enough credit for as well as Seattle is doing?
So I'm gonna be honest with you. I didn't know Seattle was as strong as they were until I seen them against the was it the Chargers? They won that second round against the Chargers. I didn't realize that they were that tough. You know what I'm saying? I heard about them in spurts throughout the season, but that was the first time I actually had sat down and really, really watched them play. Them jokers was playing some football. You know what I'm saying? They got a tough task up against them tonight. So we'll see how good the coaches really are. We'll see how good the players really are. We'll see how good the system really is. We'll see how all that.
And I think you right. I think you meant even the Rams. I think that's who you meant.
Was it
Chargers on the other one? But you said
who did they play?
You saw them.
San Francisco, probably San Francisco.
Yeah.
Is what you're thinking.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
And Charles, how about you? Like I said, I wish we even had more time to go into some other areas. But Charles, what do you think about Mike McDonald and all they've accomplished? They've got some fine people on their sideline as well. Is he getting enough credit?
I don't think he's getting the credit. If he wins the Super Bowl, I think he'll get the credit he deserved. But what he's done, I think the first season went 10-7, and the fact that he has brought his players, the fact that the players feel that they are able to voice what the direction where they want this team to go, and they're also taking accountability. The fact that they're back to the same level as it was at the Legion of Boom. And that it's going to be, he's in that same mold of a defensive-minded coach, where sometimes I think it's kind of got overshadowed with Vrabel and the rest, but he definitely has got that team in the right position, and that I wouldn't be surprised if they don't win this game, but their defense is definitely going to keep them in it. Definitely, the culture has made a difference.
Alrighty, and coaches made a difference. So
and
hopefully we hear more, especially with Clint Kubiak leaving.
I feel like the Seahawks quarterback was it Darnold?
Junior Cuz.
I feel like he's putting on an excellent performance. He's been doing well.
I mean, the last 4 games before the playoffs, he kind of hit a rough patch, but the playoffs, especially the game against Seattle, he really played one of his better games. And definitely at that last game when Los Angeles really started blitzing him, I think he really was able to stand in the pocket and deliver those key throws to get them in position to take the lead.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate that.
All right, G, the floor is yours.
All right, I have a question for Noah, then for Junior. So Noah, I want to go back to Darnold, and he doesn't have his top running back Charbonnet. He's nursing that oblique injury.
Mm-hmm.
Based on your experiences with him, do you think he continues this play? Do you think he continues to play off Darnold, or do you think these two or something else may make him revert back to the Darnold we knew?
Seeing ghosts, huh?
Was he a Jet?
I am, but I wanted to get it from an expert.
Seeing ghosts. That's the Darnold. I honestly, I couldn't be happier for the guy. Look, if you endure any time with the Jets, you deserve success wherever else you go. I'll root for Justin Fields moving forward. I thought he was going to be the answer, right? But the fact is, Darnold's only 28. Do I have concerns? He's going to throw a few key picks tonight. I do. As much as I joke about what my feelings on the Patriots, they're phenomenally coached. The culture is impressive. The thing about they think they're going to win, and when you actually believe you're going to win, it makes a world of difference. I'm hoping Darnold keeps it together for one more. I would love to see him win. And again, he's 28. This guy should have another 10 to 12, 15 years in the league. And if this is who he is, I'm thrilled for him. Kenneth Walker is still, but he can be fragile. So I'm, Kenneth Walker, I think Darnold finds AJ Barner for a touchdown tonight. If someone was looking at placing a little wager, that's my little, I would say AJ Barner is going to find the end zone. I'm hoping he holds it together for one more, but everyone always in the back of their mind is waiting for the Darnold 2 interception, 1 in a critical time. Junior, you're waiting for Malcolm Butler to be revisited and jump that one again.
I love it.
It
should be a great game. But
so what's the difference between the Jets organization and coaching then and Seattle organization and coaching now for Darnold? What do you think?
It's not a coaching. It's an ownership thing. It's a Woody Johnson up top thing. This starts from the top down, and the culture with the Jets. No one believes anyone's coming to the Jets and going to do well. I would love for him. I was hoping he would get an ambassador anywhere. Just go anywhere. I mean,
that is harsh.
Ooh, wow.
I honestly, it's every year. I'm like, every year Jets fans convince themselves. We convinced ourselves Justin Fields was the answer. Now this coming year, everyone's like, there's no chance. And Woody's meddling again. It comes top down. It's why, Kraft builds winners.
True.
It's when you are hands off. Look, Charles, you're Cowboys. When you're an over meddling owner, when I know too much about you, it's a problem.
Yeah, that's been our downfall because Jerry was arrogant. He thought I can get any person to coach this team, and we watched him. And the documentary just showed that he has meddled with this team. He is like George Steinbrenner, Roman Abramovich of Chelsea, where they have just meddled the team into the ground. Yeah. And to where no coach really wants to touch it because they know that they've got a heavy-handed owner.
It's the same with the Jets. Right now, you got to pay a loser's tax to get anyone to play here. It's bad enough you're in New York, so you're paying a ton in taxes if you play here to begin with, or New Jersey. Now you got to pay the extra money because everyone knows why I want to play there. I mean, to that point, G, I'm not a Seahawks fan. I know plenty. Can anyone tell me who the owner of the Seahawks is?
It's
Isn't it
what's his name?
Allen's
Is it
daughter,
Allen?
right?
It's Alan's daughter. Alan
It's
Pawn
Allen's
passed
daughter
away.
now.
Yeah.
We win
It's
a
not-
free pizza for that.
Well, the thing is, if I said to you as the Cowboys owner, everyone will tell me Jerry Jones. If I know your owner, it's almost worse. I mean, Kraft has done a great job, Mara, but I just it starts with the top.
Yeah.
Aren't they
So
selling the
that
Seahawks?
makes total sense. And I think we can look around the league and see the most consistently successful teams have really good ownership, one, but also have really good general management as well. I think that's probably consistent.
I'm sorry. It's Jody Allen. It's Paul Allen's sister that owns the club.
It's
That
his
owns the
sister.
team.
Oh, it's the sister.
And
Okay,
his
thank you.
sister. And I think they said they make an announcement that they're going to sell the team after
They
the
did.
season.
Yep, they did. Yep.
They did.
Smart.
Speaking of selling teams, and I hope that the New England is sold to some crappy owner because I hate them. But
I won't take that personal. I won't take it personally.
I say that with all disrespect that I can much. I'm joking.
The time was to go back and get Victor Kiam when Victor Kiam sold it to Robert Kraft. That was the time to get anyone but him.
Imagine being in the division with him, G.
Oh God.
That is funny.
It's just success hate because I'm a Carolina fan, so don't take me seriously. But here's a serious question for you, and it's something we talked about. Big Dude and Guru and I talked about. How fair is the expectation, or even the thinking, that Vrabel and May are the next Belichick and Brady?
I mean, I'm going to say that yes, that has been tossed around in New England, but I think we have to start winning some championships first before I think we go down that road. And look, it's amazing that they're here, right? I still think it's going to be one hell of a game. I think, right, a team that shows up in the Super Bowl is not just going to show up to lay down for the New England Patriots. I mean, they've got athletes everywhere on the other side of the ball. We've got some guys, right, in positions where we need to, like Campbell, right? We need to protect the quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
But our QB and our coach, the next great, maybe if we win 1, 2, 3 down the road, then we can really say that. But right now, I don't want to anoint them yet as a second coming.
Mm-hmm.
I think I want to see if there's proof in that pudding where they can win this championship, and then let's see what next year brings. But I think it starts with this game, and if we can win, then yeah, maybe there's a conversation about that they could be the next dynamic duo. But I think, like we've been talking about, every piece has to fall into place, right? Your ownership has to bring in the key free agents. You have to bring in players that fit your scheme. You have to bring in players that really are going to be a part of buying into that culture. Because, right, it doesn't matter, any organization, there are tremendously talented players in the NFL. But if you bring them into an organization with the horrible mindset that isn't the right mindset, that it's and right, I love that saying from the coach at Minnesota, PJ Fleck. We all got to row in the boat, right? Get in the boat and row in the boat. And I think that for every organization, you have to have from top to bottom, from the owner all the way down to the maintainer that's working in your building and cleaning your building, you all have to have that same mentality. And I think that that's something that's worked well for New England, because people in New England bleed for this team. The people that work in that facility bleed for the team. I mean, they live it. They talk it every day. They take the losses like somebody died in their family, and they take the wins and celebrate them as well. So I'd like to see a championship first, and then let's see what next season brings before I start saying it's the next Brady and Belichick.
And I'm assuming you're seeing a championship without luck, like blatantly involved.
Yes, absolutely. And I'm sorry for all the people that have emotional trauma and are hurt, like the Jets fans and whatnot, and the Bills and Carolina and everybody else. I'm sorry for the emotional trauma that the Patriots have caused everyone.
Except for the Eagles, brother. Except for the Eagles.
That's true. The Eagles are a winning organization.
Eagles and Giants.
The Eagles and the Giants. NFC East, the only team that can do something with them, man.
They know how to win. They know how to win for sure.
Well, at least we made it to the Super Bowls, unlike the Jets. So.
Oh, good God, Noah.
At least recently, in recent memory, we can't go way back to the early days. That's a different era. Yeah, right.
Matt Snell.
All right, Noah, I know you have to jump off, man. Thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
I don't know if I do have to run. I'm going to give my I don't know if we're doing predictions out here. Are
Yeah,
we
can start with you real quick if you want. If you have time to do a quick analysis of the game and your prediction, or if you just want to give your prediction.
I think not telling. I think Seattle wins this one, and not just because I want them to. I do think they win. I think it's a 24-20, somewhat low scoring. I think it's hard to, both great defenses, both really well coached. I'm hoping Sam Darnold doesn't make the big mistake, and I think that's what it comes down to. I don't think Drake May is going to make that mistake. I think it's going to be whether or not Sam Darnold makes the big mistake. I'm hoping he doesn't, and we go 24-20. But thank you, guys. This was awesome. I really enjoyed being part, and everyone enjoyed the game.
Yeah, thanks
all
for
right.
coming on,
Good
man.
having you. Nice meeting you.
Thank you. Nice meeting you all.
Nice meeting y'all.
Thank you. Take care, guys. Bye.
All right, Junior. What's your take on this game? And you know what? No. You're going last because I already know who you're probably going to pick. You're going last. Q, we'll go with you next, Q. What's your analysis of this game? How you think it's going to play out? And who are you picking to win this thing?
Oh, that's Big Pop.
Yeah, it's Big Pop.
Who are you picking, Lil Q?
I'm going to go with Seattle as well. Because
what's up, Mad Max?
Say hi, Max. I feel like Seattle's got the stronger defense, and like the man said, Darnold, if he can compete at a high level the whole way through without having any hiccups and giving Seattle any edge to go ahead and take over. But I think I'm gonna go ahead and go 24-21 Seattle.
Okay.
I'm gonna go ahead and go with Seattle because I am digging their defense though, even though I haven't seen them play much. But the little bit of time I did see them, man, I was impressed. I was highly impressed.
Yeah, they got a bunch of dogs on that side of the ball for sure.
Yeah.
I see it.
Charles, what's your analysis on this? How do you see it playing out?
I might have to log off, fellas, but listen, I appreciate y'all adding me and giving me some time on your podcast.
No problem, man. Thanks for coming on. I get you back in the future, Q.
Yeah, hopefully it's the first of many. And God bless you all, and I'll talk to you all soon.
All right, man. Enjoy the
care.
game. See you, Mad Max.
Take care.
Say bye, Max.
Blessed.
All right,
See you,
take care.
Max.
Bye, Max.
All right, Charles, your analysis, and who are you picking, my friend?
My analysis is going to go with the trope defense wins championships. And I think that I'm going to go with Seattle 31-20. I think it's going to be a defensive fight the first half. It's going to be close. I think Seattle's going to pull ahead in the second half. I think the same thing is if New England has a great defense and they know how to put pressure, and if Ginger Cuz can stand in the pocket and deliver those passes, I think Seattle's going to pull this out. But it's going to be a close game till that fourth quarter.
Okay. And do we dare even ask? I'm a little bit more curious about your analysis of the game than I am your pick. Junior, how do you see this game playing?
I'm going to say I'm going to agree with Charles that I think it's going to be a defensive battle all the way in that first half. I think that, again, there is no question that there are dogs on both sides of the defense, on the Patriots and on Seattle. I don't know if Seattle has a little bit more experience on that side, but I'm still going to have to roll with New England on this one, of course. But I think that our defense, here's what I'm going to say. I think everything has to be in line for us, and we have to play well. We have to play error-free today in order to win this game, because if we even give Seattle an inch, they're going to take it and run with it. I can tell you that much right now. But I'm going to say that in the second half, teams open it up a bit, and I'm going to say New England 24-20.
Okay.
I think it's going to be a really close game tonight. I really do. I think if both defenses show up the way that they've been showing up all season, this is going to be a battle. It's going to be like Denver last week, where they just kept going back and forth, stopping each other, and nobody was making a move in either direction.
Well, these predictions that you all made in terms of the score is really in alignment with what Vegas is thinking. So this will be interesting to see how it plays out. But appreciate you guys for coming on. Definitely we'll have you back in the future. If you don't know much about the show, we're football focused. So we find ways to talk about football all year long, whether it's college or pro. Certainly we'll cover the other sports, but we're all about football. But we appreciate you guys for coming on. enjoy the game today. Get some good food. Take care of those little ones. All right. I'm going to talk to you soon.
Nice meeting you,
Be well.
Junior.
Thank you.
Yeah, nice
Thank
meeting
you,
both
man.
of
fellas.
you.
Nice to meet you. Be well, fellas. Enjoy.
All
Be
right.
safe out
Yeah.
here. Take care.
All right, y'all. Man, they nailed a lot of the stuff that we've been talking about over the past few days.
They sure
They worked
did.
your burner in there and everything. So
Wow, that's deep.
yeah, so good discussion with the fellas, man. Yeah, I've known most of them for a while, through work and all of that stuff, and just became friends. So glad they were able to come on. But any
Good knowledge, good personalities. Those seem like some good cats.
yeah, Charles is a walking encyclopedia of sports, bro. If you couldn't tell.
Oh man.
But did they peak anything additionally that we had not talked about? I really love what they were saying about the culture. And I know that when we started talking about the coaching carousel, that's really a big part of whether these hires are going to work out, right? I mean, I know that's a big thing for my boys is, how's this culture going to change? And, Q asked a great question. What needs to change for Josh Allen to get over that hump? But I think that culture is huge for New England to be really right back here where they've always been. They only had maybe 2 losing seasons, the Mayo and Belichick's last year, because the year before that, they were a wild card team. So this is not a franchise that has experienced a lot of losing, even in their down seasons. They've kind of been right there. So for them to go from 4-13 back to where we are now is pretty miraculous, even though we kind of, say in jest that they're kind of used to being here. That's a hell of a turnaround for any organization. So that's interesting.
Luck or no luck. The reality is, while I do believe Seattle is going to win, I am curious to see what New England does, in the off season. I want who they get through our free agency. Do you know if they have draft picks this year, or when and how many?
I do
But
not
whatever
know.
they do in the off season is going to be interesting.
Well, let's think about real quick. They signed Diggs as a free agent. They got Mac Hollins as a free agent. So I don't think they traded like draft capital to get the roster. So they should have some picks. Now, certainly what won't benefit them is, being a runner up, because you're going to be picking at the bottom of the draft unless there's some previous transactions that will cost them that. But if they haven't mortgaged away any draft capital, they'll be picking next to last. Well, I think next to last, but they have a chance to pick last. I don't think they're going to win, but they'll be picking in one of the last 2 spots in the draft if they, have nothing else on the table. So that will be impactful, because once you start digging to the bottom of that draft, I mean, I don't know what it is, maybe after the 16th or 17th pick, not that you're not getting a really good player. You're typically not getting a franchise player unless you're lucky.
Right.
So that's the one thing, that even though it's a first round pick, you're getting a player who may or may not be able to contribute in year 1, but most likely won't contribute until year 2 or 3, if at all.
Right. So they have like 11 or 12 picks, and they got at least 1 pick in every round. So
yeah, and they do a good job of not. I mean, as long as I can remember, the way the organization has been run, they've done a good job of not being one of those teams trading away their draft capital. You hear all the time that, these teams should be willing to give up a first and second rounder for this. Well, you have to really think about that, because it's definitely, when you do that, it's a win now. And if that window closes, now you don't have those draft picks.
Right.
And that puts you even further behind the 8 ball.
They can get some offensive linemen. I'm sitting here thinking you have some of these like FCS schools. What was it? Northern, who just won? Oh God, the team's name escapes me. But anyway, they can find some gems that are out there with some of those picks, and I think you can definitely find a lot on the offensive line, or maybe definitely the offensive line. I think.
Well, look at the kid, this kid that we were texting about the other night, the Delaware State, the running back who is going to Arizona State next year. We'll keep our eye on him. His name escapes me right now. But, you find a guy like that, they end up being an all-pro for somebody down the road that just got lost in the recruitment. And I know he had, some personal issues that he needed to stay next to home, close to home, family and all that stuff. But a guy like that gets lost in the shuffle, ends up being able to transfer now with the liberal transfer policies. And, next thing you know, he'll end up in the Senior Bowl. I would imagine the next thing you know, he's somebody's lead running back that we had not heard of. So certainly anything's possible with that. One of the things that we talked about offline after our last show was the impact of Josh McDaniels, because we're giving Vrabel a lot of credit, rightfully so. He deserves all the credit. I loved him as a coach in Tennessee. Wasn't a fan of him as a player at The Ohio State University or at New England. I never liked Vrabel, but I love him as a coach. But we've seen Josh McDaniels be successful with Tom Brady. We've seen him go and be the head coach for teams and not be so successful, right?
Right.
And I think that he's probably one of those guys that's a lifelong coordinator. He's going to have a huge impact on this game. He's probably the most experienced coach out there in this moment. So,
with that experience,
Big Dude, you were about to say something?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I mean, he won the award, and Lord knows I don't know who else it could have been other than McDaniels, just because he seems to just know the state of affairs all the way through the game. And I think that he's somebody that if he wanted to be a head coach could switch right over, because he seems to look at the whole game coaching defense, knowing all of what's going on, how well the offense is playing in order to call his defense today. Is just going to be interesting to see how early he'll play today to take some chances. Will it be conservative? It seems like to me he would even have to try something early. That's be one thing that even surprised me, to find out how good, because certain defensive coordinators, they don't want to get beat long. You don't want to blitz to open things up, but they are going to have to find out just how good Sam Darnold is today. They have to find out how good he really is. And sometimes that comes in the form of you being aggressive and coming after him and bringing full pressure and challenging him and knowing that he's hurt, testing that oblique. I know, Guru, you mentioned it, that those injuries don't go away, and I try to look into it some more. And I'm looking where it is, especially if you have they say that it's a penalty for somebody to put their body weight on a quarterback. Sometimes it's not bad to take 15 yards to find out what really the issue is.
Well, I think that what he did was he knows personally what he is good at. And I truly believe he allows his coaches for special teams and offense to do their thing. And so I think he really seems that he took a really good CEO approach to coaching this particular team, analyzing where they were good, where they had needs, bringing in the coaching team around him to try to coach up some of the people who they currently have, as well as, really bring in some additions and really kind of thinking through the type of culture that they want to have there. So I definitely think that because he has such experience, he knows what he's personally good at and what he needs help at. And he got good people to give him that assistance. That's what I think after I'm looking through information on him.
Well, and it makes me think too, if you remember the first Super Bowl Tom Brady played in, I'm going back to the comment you made, Big Dude, about him possibly coming up with a gadget or taking a chance. If you think about that first Super Bowl that Tom Brady was in, pretty conservative type of offense. I mean, they went through the playoffs conservative with the new quarterback in. Now, a little bit of a different comparison because Drake Mays played all year, of course, and he played last year. But they were really safe with Brady and kept them in the game. Now, certainly Josh McDaniels has pulled off gadgets, years after that. I remember a play against the Ravens where I think it was either Edelman or I think it was Edelman that ended up throwing a pass against the Ravens that caught him off guard. So he's not above a gadget. So it'll be interesting to see how he manages Drake May, because I think that one opinion is that Drake May's this megastar already who was a vote shy of MVP, and he's ready to kind of run the show, versus this kid's in his second year and only won 4 games last year, gets sacked a lot, can be turnover prone. How do I find this middle road with him? Because you got to keep Seattle honest. So I agree with you, big dude. You're going to have to take some type of shot, mix something, throw some gadget in there. But how risky are you going to be willing to get with this kid, especially if you take a risk early and it results in a turnover? Now it's in my head after I've already been turning the ball over throughout the playoffs. I've been getting sacked. So at what point is McDaniels gonna let loose or decide to hold back? And I think that's where he is so important in this puzzle, because I think he'll know exactly when he can do it and what he has to do if they just need to play it conservative. Because that defense, as much as I don't respect the defense as being this great defense, they have played better and better each week. I'm sorry, G, go ahead.
I was going to ask, I'm curious and can't really find a whole lot of information on this, but with Leslie Frazier being there, I wonder how is that helping with the culture
for Seattle?
Yeah.
I'm sure it's playing a big role in it. I know Big Dude was the first one to bring that to the table, even before we got to our Super Bowl show, because Leslie's kind of got lost in the shuffle after he was, I don't know, pretty much excommunicated from Buffalo, I feel. I mean, very unceremoniously, just because of an agreement with McDermott and the philosophy there. I think there's going to be a huge, huge factor in this game. And I think that's where, if we look at this experience that Vrabel has versus McDonald, I think McDonald's got the staff to fill in those gaps. I mean, Leslie Frazier's seen it all from both sides. And, all I think about, I was watching the Seattle Super Bowl where they dominated Denver, and I was like, man, I could totally see this game going this way. I mean, I could totally see it, because when I thought about Demaryius Thomas was on that Denver Super Bowl, or that Denver team that participated in the Super Bowl, and he was no slouch. And they kept him in check. Again, that was the Legion of Boom, I know. And I don't know if I think this defense can get to that level. They're not there yet. But
not yet, but they're trending.
Defense. I think it's a different defense, right? They had, I think on the back end, in the middle and the back end, I think the Legion of Boom was their bread and butter. This team, I think it's the front. It's that interior. It's those linemen that are the bread and butter, and then on the back end, they're good, but that's not the main piece of it's a puzzle. But man, I'm getting excited about this game as we get close to it now, man. Have you guys heard that they're saying this doesn't feel like Super Bowl week? Like a lot of celebrities go there for the festivities, saying it's kind of dead.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's interesting. I want to see more about that.
The Hall of Fame is dampening it.
Well, and I wonder, I mean, I've never been to San Francisco before. I mean, compared to some of the locations, I would think San Francisco would be a fun city to have a Super Bowl in.
I would think so too. I mean,
yeah, it's not right there, I guess. It's just that the vibe is different out there. I mean, people, I guess it's not, I mean, and my brother, and hopefully we'll get him on one day that played near Run. He said it was nice out there. He said there's a part of it, but it's like paradise. But then there's another part of it that's like no big deal. He was trying to explain to me. I still don't quite know exactly what he meant by that, because you'll see just about.
No, go ahead.
No, I was just saying, you see just about anybody out there that you know that's out there from somewhere. They like to go there, but it just seems like the vibe is not. It doesn't have the same edge as a big metropolis. Big metropolis, you know.
And the game is in Santa Clara.
Mm-hmm.
So that's not probably a hotbed of action. And I think California is just different as a state in terms of how it's set up, because something might be saying, oh, they're in LA, but then it could kind of be in Inglewood or someplace out. So you're not necessarily in LA city limits, which could make it difficult. And I know the times that I've been out there, you have to have transportation, but you're also going to sit in traffic forever to get anywhere. So I'm wondering, again, not having been to that part of California, if that's impacting what people are saying. But yeah, it's beautiful. Everything's looking beautiful. Real nice weather setting. This is going to be a good game, man. It's going to be a
I
good
was just
game.
looking to kind of see like what's been showing up, in the news, maybe some of the reasons that it could be more muted. And there's discussions about Bad Bunny, and so there's that political, cultural piece that's happening. And it is California, when you add that political, cultural piece in there, so that can be impacting it. There could be some other entertainment issues. There's an All-American halftime show. Y'all heard about that?
Yeah, what's the deal
It's
with that?
actually
Do you know
going to
any
go
details
hard.
about that?
Huh?
You know any details about that? Like, where is that? What channel is that going to be on?
I have no idea. I did see one time that there were several people that were pulling out, but I think Kid Rock is being featured. But nevertheless, I think that some of that is also impacting. So a lot of the people who may have gone or would have gone to an NFL, week activities and things of that
Mm-hmm.
nature, there could be some political stuff that's happening here,
Mm-hmm.
that's interesting.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah. Wow.
Just reduced media hype is what I'm seeing, and something about a nostalgic matchup, and I don't know what that means.
So, has anybody changed their pick?
Nope. I haven't anyway.
No.
So if you guys just want to rehash your picks for those who didn't join us for the Thursday show, start with you, big dude. What was your pick? And if you remember your score, if you want to go score again.
Again, my pick is Seattle. I really thought that Seattle is going to control the game for most of the game. I would say that the Patriots will play with Seattle as best they can. And the score I picked for Seattle to win was 31-17, holding charge most of the game, with Seattle scoring a late touchdown. Now, that's where I left it at in our last show.
Got you. And G, what was yours?
Yeah, because I truly believe New England is here because, figuratively speaking, the ball just bounced their way, particularly during the divisional race and then in the championship. I truly believe Seattle is going to put up 35 points on them, and I don't think New England is going to score that much. So I still think they may get 10 points out of this one.
Yeah, and we were all kind of right there. I have Seattle 34-13. I don't think it's going to be close. It could possibly still be a game at halftime, depending on how fast of a start Seattle gets out to. But I wouldn't be surprised when we come back here for the halftime analysis that the game is done. I hope not, because I would like to see an exciting game. But let's talk about real briefly, just kind of take us off our track here a little bit before we get into our last half hour. G, you brought up a good point that has been consistent in what we've talked about really since the end of the season when we launched, is this path that New England has taken to this game. And we'll talk about both teams, but specifically New England. Luck definitely involved in their schedule. Their schedule really concerns you. And I mean, they had I don't know what place they had a last place type of schedule, essentially. And I think for me all year, objectively, even though certainly a rival to my boys, objectively, and I kept my eye on them, especially after they were I think they lost their first game, but then they were 5-1 or 6-1 or whatever. So I started watching them. And I just was never really blown away by them. Even when they beat my boys in the first game on Sunday night, we still could have won the game. Like, we didn't get blown away by them. I feel like we lost because we didn't play well. I didn't feel like they did anything that was so, and I think that reared its face when we played them there the second time. So, do you think that the national media is diminishing, this backup quarterback in the championship game, a quarterback that lost his ish in the divisional round, a banged up team in the wild card? You play the Jets in Miami. That's 4 games in your division. Will we see all of this come to a head today? Like, is there any way that they could possibly?
Well, yeah, that's exactly. I do believe that, particularly Chargers and Denver, particularly I think that is being downplayed. Anything else? For me, the Houston game, I just have to look at that as Stroud just losing his psychological strength, and that was taken away from him by New England. So I'm just kind of chalk that one up to New England did what they needed to do, and he couldn't respond. But the other 2 games, no, that was just flat out luck. And I do believe that that's being downplayed. I even believe that the spread is downplaying it because it's still pretty close. And I think that they're downplaying it. Now, obviously, I could be wrong. I do believe New England is a good team, though. So I'm not saying that they're not a good team. But are they a team that should be in the Super Bowl and should win it? No.
Yeah. What about you? Any comments on that from the New England side of things, big dude?
I think New England, and like I said, despite all those other things, they're a very good team. But excuse me, and I think that that the NFC is just so much stronger. I mean, even if they had a little bit better schedule, I mean, to me, and hopefully I'll be saying this at the end, I just think that the last game that Seattle played, they played the Rams, it was almost like that was a de facto Super Bowl, that game right there. Whoever won that particular game, because I think the disadvantages would have been not quite as heavy as Seattle, but I think the Rams were playing very well. And I think what from New England's side, they won the tough game that they had to, and it worked. And it worked under certain circumstances. And I don't know you have to be a little lucky to get to the Super Bowl in some ways when you look at, I think, Guru, you were talking about fumbles lost. Some people don't lose. Some people fumble and don't lose fumbles. And sometimes it's that close. And I think with New England, it's been that close. But I think their quarterback, they rode this 23-year-old guy's shoulders. And I think this game is designed for him to make plays, but it's not designed for New England to ride his shoulders along with the defense. I think it takes more than that to beat Seattle. So saying that, I think New England will start off because of the coaching they have. They have outstanding coaching. But the question will be, especially with that rookie left side of the line. I mean, both rookies playing on that left side of the line. Not that they can't play well. It's going to be interesting to see if they can keep everything up for the full game. Forget that there's 80,000 people out there. Forget that there's all these millions of people watching, and being able to keep their poise. So I think they got the right coach in there. The question is it enough? And I don't see it as being enough, and I'm not so sure that they can get there with what they have.
Well, in the flip side of the house is Seattle, who, I mean, man, they had a murderer's row just to get out of their division. And if we were to match up their division against New England, they're not beating the Rams. Right. I don't think if the Rams were here, I don't think they beat the Rams. They probably could beat San Francisco. I wouldn't bet everything on it. I wouldn't push all my chips to the middle of the table.
I don't know
But
about that, bro.
But I think that they could probably, I think they're tougher than San Francisco. And don't forget, San Francisco also had a lot of injuries as well in some key spots. Two of their best defensive guys were out. So, Bosa and Warner, I believe, right? So that could have been in New England's favor. But looking at Seattle having gone through these wars, I mean, you play these teams. I mean, the Rams games were epic this year. The San Francisco games were good. They're battle tested. The one thing we know about this team is they're battle tested. And I guess it really comes down for them, looking at the juggernaut that they've gone through, can they maintain that level of intensity? Because New England will be ready to play. You best believe that. And if they don't come with it, New England will be hoisting another trophy. Rest assured. New England is not the thing that even scares me about New England in this game is, let's say Seattle jumped out to a big lead. New England is not going to quit. And all I think about is that 28-3. I mean, it's not Tom Brady, but no Mike Vrabel coach team is going to quit. So they got to come for 4 quarters. But do you think Seattle's at an advantage for having such a tough schedule that, when this game gets tough, because at some point it will, even though, my ultimate prediction is not a close game, but I think, at least in the beginning, I think it'll be back and forth. Will that prepare them a little bit more for this? Are they ready for this, in your opinions?
I mean, yes. The top line answer is yes. They're definitely ready. But what San Francisco showed is that they can be beat. So I said this previously, if New England,
Seattle,
huh?
Seattle.
Yeah. Well, you were asking about Seattle, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah. So so if New England, I said this before, and I still say it again. If New England looks at how San Francisco beat Seattle, then I truly believe that it'll at least be close. But they're going to have to be willing to really, really blitz. They're going to have to be willing to do that and hope that Seattle doesn't make them pay. And this is part of the reason why I do think New England can still make them pay. It's because they have some speedsters, some route runners around them, some running backs who can actually catch. So yes, I think New England is definitely capable of making it a game, but I just think Seattle, they have the experience and they have the tools, they have the coaching.
Yeah. As I listen to you speak, I just had this fear in my head of Sam Darnold getting a little rattled early and not being able to recover from it. I don't know why that's so in the back of my mind. Big dude, your thoughts on that?
He wasn't able to recover.
Maybe because a wild child is my quarterback, and that type of stuff is always in the back of my mind. I don't know. What you got, big dude?
Well, I think Seattle, a few things. I think that they're going to take care of the football. Again, not that New England doesn't, but I mean, from what I saw and from what I mean, number one, no turnovers during the playoffs at all by Sam Darnold. There's no interceptions, no fumbles lost. So I think that Darnold is ready for this game, and I think his approach will be different, and it'll be a little bit more than what the coaches say. I think he may know a little bit more of what is needed. And also, when you start talking about, we talked about special teams. You had asked me about special teams with Shaheed, and G, you talked about them being in different places. I just think there's more X factors. including their field goal kicker, who's kicked 41 field goals this year. That's quite a few field goals.
That
You
is.
know, yeah. So I'd say that, you know, Seattle is the team that has the X factors with special teams. They have the quarterback that's stable, and they also have, like I said before, the other X factor is AJ Barner. I think what goes on that red zone is going to be important, and I think I wanted to bring up before that Seattle will be the team. I don't think that will even think about going forward on fourth down. They will, and I think a lot of discussion we had before was about fourth down at one of the other shows and who should have gone forward. The whole culture of the NFL, especially in the last 10 years, has changed. This past season, of all the 32 teams involved, the NFL teams went forward on fourth down 886 times.
Yeah,
now,
it's becoming common.
Yes, it's up 75% from 2015. So people are thinking differently, but I think now we know about what the chances are. And again, all this other gen stat stuff and all those other things that come out, it really doesn't talk about the most recent performance and what that will mean. If a team has 0 turnovers, maybe we look at it. But if you look at the Patriots in their playoffs, it wasn't anything bad in 3 games, 3 picks and 2 fumbles lost. We know that the potential is for the Patriots not to be able to take care of the balls, especially the balls, especially when you have linebackers like Drake Thomas and Ernest Jones, the fourth. You know, those guys, they punch that ball out of there. And of course, Lawrence at defensive end. So not being able to have to blitz, I think, is going to be the key today to New England with Will Campbell. And we've mentioned that it's the left side. And Will Campbell will probably play a good game. A good game against DeMarcus Lawrence is not going to be good enough. You have to play fabulous. And he has to be able to block Lawrence with no help today. I think that's what you're going to need to do. I think Moses on the right side can do it. The left side is difficult because it's the quarterback's blind side. You have to be athletic, mean, have lean, and all those other types of things. I think this is also a chance, and I know this is something different. You know, when we talked about offensive linemen not being part of, the discussion ever on MVP today, I think that as long as we're putting all this stuff out about next gen and all these other statistics, and now I think I read about win rate and how many pressures that you give up. There's all these other things now because of physics and all these other things that people include. Now, how fast people run and all that is in there. But when we start talking about the force of things, who wins the most at the line of scrimmage, especially inside the 20-yard line, that somebody is going to win and they're going to be able to make it from the 20 or get on fourth down and find out what that win rate was on that, I think is a chance to take a look at that today, because I think that's where the difference will be today. On the edge and the win rate between the red zone and on fourth down.
Well, yeah, that's what we didn't talk about much, was analyzing red zone play.
Yeah. What do we think? You guys have any history on how these teams are in the red zone? Because I didn't come across anything on those particular statistics.
Yeah, I don't have anything. So,
No, but they can't settle for field goals. You know, that's just it. If New England is going to win, that's what's different about this game too. If they kick 3 field goals in the first half, I don't think it's going to bode well for them. You need 3 touchdowns. And New England, in order to have a chance, must be ahead by 10 points at halftime. You know, if they have a chance, they have to be up by 10 points in the first half.
Interesting. So we're about 45 minutes from kickoff now, and many of these players have not played in a game of this magnitude. I think there are maybe 7 to 9 players who've played in the national championship game in college. 7 Bama players, by the way, in this game, if anybody's interested. That would be the closest thing they've had to this level, this stage, right? And I'm not saying that the two are the same, but I would imagine there are some similar emotions. Big dude, you played in the national championship game. In fact, the first officially recognized national championship game that wasn't a vote, that was settled on the field at Penn State. What was happening in your locker room 45 minutes before this game? What was the vibe? What are Vrabel and McDonald telling their players right now? What's going on in those locker rooms as they get ready to head out here in 45 minutes?
Well, just reflecting some, and I know we need to talk about today's game, but and being in that locker room and understanding that no one can win without another person on the team. That was most of the discussion. And finding out, and understanding, one of the things that Joe talked about is it's going to be a difficult game. We know how good Miami is. He said, and we're going to play hard and we're going to play tough. But you know what? Regardless of how well you do, and I'm not going to imitate him. My daughter says my imitations are bad. So I'll be careful with that. He said, regardless of how well you do, sometimes you're going to get licked. You're going to get licked today. Somebody's going to run past you on pass protection. Somebody's going to put you on your back on offense. Somebody's going to run by you. Understand that's part of the game and understand that it's a long football game. That's all he kept saying. Now, Miami was the top offense for the whole year. There was nobody other than Michael Irvin and Brian Blades and Lord knows who, Melvin Bratton and Vinny Testaverde, of course, and their great offensive line. But what they knew was in Testaverde, with all the yards and all the records that he broke that year, catch him, knock the crap out of him. Catch him, knock the crap out of him again. Find a way to take the game from them over time. And that's kind of what happened. So in this particular game, however they play it, there's no way that anybody is going to be able to be totally shut down. There will be explosive plays today. People will get beat. People will get tired. And when you don't have anything left, and actually the biggest speech came after Joe left. After every discussion from Joe, the most intense discussion, as you all can imagine and know, is from when the players talk. And of course, I can't repeat everything that people were trying to say, but I remember Tim Johnson saying, when you don't have anything left and we need a play, and he was one of the people that was in the play, just look at the man next to you and find a way to get there. So today, and that's not just for one key play. Today, you have to do that together. You have to do that in unison. And other folks that are going to be a surprise today are the ones that forget that there's 80,000 people out there and that goes out there and does exactly what they have to do. So if I'm on New England side, I'm saying I don't care how good JSN is. Let him have the ball and let's give it to him. Let him have the ball and let's give it to him. And on Seattle side, it'll be almost the same way. Let's find out how good this guy is. Let's find out how good this young tackle is. Let's find out how good their running backs are. I don't care if they use 1, 2, 3 running backs. We got to make sure that every play till the end is what we're going to play. And that's kind of how it was. Our game came all the way, as you saw, to the end. I think in this game, though, they have a chance to get somewhere. New England has to go up there. But what's going on in the locker room is how do we come out the gate through all these other things and all this other pageantry? How do we get from the pageantry, I think, to the game? That's the next part. We got a game going on.
Okay, G, for New England, what can't happen for me to win? This cannot happen for me to win?
I will say, hold up, for New England to win, what can't happen?
Yes, but this cannot happen to us if we're going to win this game.
So we're gonna win this game. Our blitz cannot be stopped. They can't shut down their defensive line, basically, that front seven.
Okay.
If you make them have to stay home, or particularly if you make it where the linebackers have to stay home and they're only rushing 3 or 4, that's not going to get it.
All right. Same thing to you, big dude. We're New England. This cannot happen to us if we're going to win this game.
Well, we could not get stuffed on the line of scrimmage on offense. If we get stuffed and we can't make any plays, we're not going to be able to. And the plays being made are the ones that people aren't counting. You know, all those other things happen on the back end. I think they're the ones on the front end that have to get some movement with these guys on Seattle. You have to move them off the football. And I think on defense against Seattle, they can't really guess. There's a difference between, because here's what some people do in the Super Bowl. That's why it becomes a blowout. Because for the first quarter and part of the second quarter, people guess instead of playing. Don't guess, just play. Don't guess, just play.
My response, we cannot let Drake May be under pressure consistently.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing for Seattle. Back at you. Go with you first, big dude. We're Seattle. We're going to win this game. We cannot what?
On the other side, we must win the battle up front on the offensive line against their outstanding defensive line that we keep hearing about. We can't let Milton Williams get penetration. We have to get a piece of those linebackers and get to the second level. We can't let the linebackers with their blitz. G mentioned the blitz can't be stopped. We've got to control the line of scrimmage so it's not an issue. We're on the second level and gone. You know, that doesn't mean we need a big play. You know, the other thing that Paterno used to say is 4-5, 4-5, and then boom. So then the last part is with Seattle is make sure that we're patient with the passing game. You know, you don't need big plays all the time. It will reveal itself. And we cannot fumble or turn over on special teams. We must be the people that has done all what they can with special teams.
All right. Same thing back at you, G. This can't happen.
You can't let Drake May run. Because if you let him run, then you give him more opportunities to take shots and to throw. And what we want him to do, well, if you decrease his throwing if his running is well. So if you decrease that run and you force him to throw, you're in good shape.
Got you. For me, can't turn the ball over. Real simple. Can't turn it over.
Yeah. Very simple.
Any last points of emphasis, a player you want to throw out there before we shut it down for the start of the game, come back at halftime? I'll start first. I'm changing my MVP pick. I had Witherspoon, the DB. I'm going Rashid Shaheed as the MVP. That's all I got for you. Big dude, any last minute thing?
Let's see.
It doesn't have to be changed. It doesn't have to be MVP, just whatever you have.
Well, I will say that the biggest impact will be the run game on both teams. Everyone has devalued the run game in the league. The run game for both teams will dictate the football game.
All right. And we'll wrap this pregame up with you, G.
I have nothing to add.
What? That's
Yes,
impossible. That's impossible.
nothing to add this time.
All right. Well, that's going to wrap our pregame. I hope you all enjoyed our first shot at this. This is our first live stream for Chasing Rings. So we had fun. Thanks again to our guests. And for those of you that decided to join the stream, appreciate you. We will be back at halftime. Don't forget, we are coming back at halftime to break down the first half. We will come back again to analyze the whole game. We will have a post game. We go as long as we can with the post game. So enjoy the game. Come back and join us at halftime. And we will see you later. Hey, gentlemen.
How are y'all?
All right. Welcome back to the Chasing Rings podcast. It's our Super Bowl halftime show. Well, interesting first half, to say the least. Not a lot of excitement, but definitely some interesting strategy. G,
Mm-hmm.
what's your take on the first half so far?
Most, I want to say it's definitely a defensive game. I want to say that, but I'm also saying that Seattle is leaving points on the field.
Absolutely.
Man, how many times do you get in the red zone and come away with 3 points?
Yep.
So I mean, that's credit to New England when it in that regard. So that's why I'm saying yes, it's defense, but then some of it, at least from the Seattle perspective, was helped by Seattle. I believe that they underutilized Cup. Apparently, something is going on with his matchup that that he's actually making an impact, and Walker is actually doing well, relatively speaking.
Yeah, he's
So,
having a big game.
huh?
He's having a big game for sure.
Yeah, no doubt about it. But like we talked about earlier, I mean, the pressure on the both sides is showing up. And if I had to say the overarching theme is pressure. The defense for both teams are able to apply pressure.
Big dude, what's your synopsis of the first half?
Very much what G said. I think what has happened is people planned on a conservative game because of the talent on the outside, the receivers. But I think what both teams have realized about each other's offensive line, the Patriots are not confident in Seattle's offensive line that they can handle games and handle pressure. And Seattle is doing both. They're bringing pressure and some brutal out physical on them on up front on the offensive line, especially the guard Wilson from the Patriots. He is just getting manhandled. You know, anytime and on the other side, anytime you get manhandled by the same person and give up a sack. And that was by a person that was in the rotation. That was by a person that wasn't even starting the game. I would say both offensive lines are struggling. And I think finally what I'm starting to see is, and I think it was a good move by both teams, that they started to, for the most part, put their quarterbacks under center, not to give the team enough time to blitz and bring other games. I like the games that Seattle brought with Witherspoon. Those turn things around early. But the Seattle is solid with their run game. They just have to be more consistent with it. Can't give up on it. New England has got to get going with their run game, and they can't give up on. Look like New England has backed out of going for their run game, and has only used one back for the most part, as we saw. Their second back did not get any more than 2 carries. So
yeah, I was thinking the same thing, Steph, that Drake May, and we know he can run. So why not dial some of those up? Or when you're in the locker room, tell him, hey, look, if they're blitzing you and you're seeing that this lane is created and you don't have a good 7-10 yards or even somebody flying down the field, run, use those legs of yours. And he gave up a couple of opportunities, to get 5-7, even first down before. So he needs to use his legs definitely a lot more to kind of keep Seattle honest.
Yeah, my synopsis, and I'll go through each team. Starting with New England, I mean, 52 yards of total offense in the first half. Obviously, not going to cut it. They punted on each of their 5 drives, and this offense is pretty indicative of what we've seen throughout the playoffs. We talked about this in the pregame. We talked about this in our preview show on Thursday. Their offense has not been productive throughout the playoffs, and it's continued here. Seattle's pretty much done what we thought they would do. They've sacked May 3 times. That's 18 times now during the playoffs that he's been sacked. You're not going to win a championship like that. So on the offensive end, New England definitely needs to pick it up. Defensively, they've done a very good job. I'm actually impressed with the job that they've done. They've been very disruptive. They've hurried Darnold, and they've done a decent job of stopping the run. Kenneth Walker made some really good runs. He made some great cuts to create some space for himself to extend some of those plays into longer runs than they really were. They were defensed pretty well, but he turned them into longer runs. But other than that, the defense has really just been holding things down for him, especially on third downs. I mean, they've held Seattle to 2 field goals, so their red zone defense, they're winning that war. Think back to the pregame. Remember, I threw out that question, what Josh McDaniels would we see? Was he going to play a conservative or was he going to take a shot? And if anything indicated how conservative he was, if you remember, I think it was the 3rd drive of the game where it was 3rd and long, and they just ran the ball up the middle. So he basically conceded the drive. I think at that point, they're feeling, and I text this to you guys, I don't think Vrabel thinks that Sam Darnold can beat them, and they're going to take their chances. They're not going to make any mistakes on offense, and they're going to think that at some point our defense is going to get to him. They've almost had a few picks, which will segue me into Seattle's. But I think about Seattle's performance in the first half. But I think that their defense thinks that they can hold them. The only problem they have now is they're down 3 scores. So the offense is going to have to figure something out. In terms of Seattle, their defense has been everything we thought it would be, like I mentioned earlier. There's nothing really to point out there. I was actually a little bit surprised that New England was able to run a little bit on them, but that was more towards the beginning, kind of that feeling out first drive or 2. For the most part, the receivers have been absent. They got 1 pass to Diggs late, but that didn't go for much. Darnold on offense has looked crazy shaky. The first few passes were almost picked. He had a couple of opportunities where he stepped up in the pocket and actually could have run, but for whatever reason decided not to. I think he's frazzled. He did pick it up a little bit at the end of the half, but that last pass that he threw to JSN was so late that it almost got picked off by CG, so he's got to be better. Walker's been effective, minus the key 3rd down drop. That could have been big, but I think you guys both touched on it, especially you, big dude, and you had talked about this in the preview. New England's getting their butt kicked on the interior, especially that O-line. They are getting their butts kicked. Anything else to add about the first half before we move into what these teams need to do in the second half?
I'll just add that New England needs to throw the bank at CG. The CG has saved them this first half, I think, from some serious plays. And the other thing that I was thinking about was the kicking game, in that New England kept playing. They did a good job at keep away, putting Seattle's back close to their own end zone.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that really, really, really helped them from their perspective. I mean, they aren't able to get any points off of it, but I mean, it really is a positive aspect of their game. And so their punt game is actually really, really good. Only if only the offense can actually do something when New England has to give it back.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, New England was winning the field position battle for most of the half until that last couple of possessions where Seattle's punter pinned them deep. But they had been basically playing on Seattle's side of the ball, and Seattle really had to hustle just to get those 2 field goals.
Yep.
A couple of hit plays here and there. Like I said, the runs from Walker got them in position. But outside of that, New England had really done a good job. I mean, there's not much going on in the passing game for Seattle at all. And honestly, I expected to see some more explosive plays on the outside for them by now. But it looks
You
like
think
that.
his oblique is bothering him? And the reason why I'm
Yeah.
asking is because he was
Nope.
looking short on a couple of plays where you thought that it would have been either more like over the shoulder or kind of putting it away, but he's kind of putting it where the DBs have been able to make a break on the ball. So I don't
I
know if
think
that's bad placement or is that the oblique, a little bit of both.
I think that he's been playing with this oblique now for a few weeks. He had 2 weeks off. I think it's fine. I just think he's short and missing the mark, to be quite honest with you. I think he's feeling the pressure. I mean, that's what New England wants him to do, and I think he's feeling the pressure. He's throwing balls behind people. The running back's on the outside, wide open. He's throwing it behind them. Kenneth Walker's was a drop, but I think there was one before that was behind the running back. That would have been an easy first down, and they need to settle Darnold down a little bit if that's possible. So what do you think going into the second half? I mean, we haven't seen a whole lot in the first half from the offensive perspective. Certainly they are getting it on in the trenches. Big dude, what does New England need to do in the second half? They're 3 scores down now. That last field goal might be much bigger than anybody imagined. I mean, 9-0 doesn't seem like a lot, but when you're not moving the ball and you're giving up, even though you're only giving up 3 points, you give up a couple of more of those and you're really out of reach if your offense doesn't move the ball. So what do you think New England can do in the second half to reverse their fortune?
New England has got to work on they have got to work on how they're going to help. And see, it's one thing about helping one person on the edge, who's Campbell, but how do you help the other, number 58, Wilson? I mean, helping them both is a difficult thing. So my understanding is the offensive line coach is Doug Marrone, who used to play for Syracuse and played some professional football. So Doug Marrone is going to have to look at whether they slide the way Seattle's coming. They don't seem to be too comfortable in whatever space they're in, because in order for them to have help, you can't leave that tackle uncovered. Somebody's got to cover that tackle, and I know they were on one particular side. I saw them over by Moses bringing in an extra lineman. The extra lineman, from my perspective, needs to be over on Will Campbell on his side, or you bring in a person that can really pass protect. That's the question. That backup tight end, can that backup tight end help in pass protection? Because somehow New England has to get people out in space. Now it's time to hit the back. Still, you can't give up on the run, but you got to get people in space in order to make sure Diggs and Butte and other people can get open. You got to challenge those linebackers. And they need to stay under center. New England working out of that shotgun is not benefiting them at all. The only way, like I said, when you're under center, you get the ball quick and you're able to hand it off. You're able to get rid of it quickly. And there's really not a whole lot of design things that you can do to get things going, unless they're going to do the quick outs to the wide receiver. So As we talked about in other episodes, I think we all talked about it. And one person, I think, on New England has 6 tackles, one of the safeties. Sooner or later, that safety is going to get got. If that guy got 6 tackles in the first half, keep sending Hunter Henry toward him. Do something quick, a dump pass or something that's going to get the ball in people's hands. I noticed on that first drive, they dumped the ball to the back, and he made the guy miss on the outside. They're going to have to keep doing that. And that's what needs to happen. Seattle needs to stick with the run.
Let's stop there. We'll come back to Seattle afterwards.
Okay.
We'll save Seattle for end.
All right.
G, if you can go, what do you think New England needs to do in the second half? G, you're on mute.
I think defensively, New England is doing everything that they can do. So I think they need to continue that kicking game. They're doing what they can do. Continue that. Offense, I think they moved away from the running game, or because it was actually working for them at different spots. So I think they need to really incorporate running, be it the backs, a combination of both would probably be best. And I think if they did that, that would probably give their receivers a better opportunity to be in play.
Yeah, for the first thing that I think that New England needs to do, and hopefully they are doing that now, each member of that offensive line needs to have a come to Jesus moment.
Yeah.
I saw the veteran Moses trying to get them together on the sideline, but like you said, big dude, and you called this too, they're getting killed. And unless they decide who they want to be, and I'm saying who they want to be as men on that field, they don't come up with the right answer, this is going to be a slow death in the second half. I think they need to continue to try to establish the run again. That ties in with the O-line stepping up and being a little bit more physical. I truly think that they can call some runs for May, and that will keep that defensive line of Seattle at bay a little bit. Right now, just like you called it, just staying in shot. You can't stay in shotgun. You have to come up center, Chief. You stay back there. They're bringing Spoon from the outside, which was a nasty blitz when they didn't even see him coming. That was nasty the way he got through on that blitz. You can't just stand back there. There has to be some mystery in terms of what the play is going to be. If you stand back there and that D-line knows, okay, passing again,
right,
it's going to get rougher and rougher and rougher as the game goes on. Missed opportunity. I hate bringing Ohio State guy into the game plan. I hate doing this. Travion Henderson could be really key in this game. I think both of you may have called this, and New England was pretty effective with it in the first half. Get those running backs involved in the passing game a little bit, hit them on some screens. I would try to set up something for him because he can take it to the house. He has a few long runs this year, and I think you might be able to catch Seattle's defense off guard if you can kind of set it up, run something into the middle, and then try to get a screen out to him where you can get a nice pass blocking scheme. You might be able to break him for one. You got to get Stephon Diggs involved. Got to get him involved. That's your dog in the wide receiving core. And once he gets going, everybody else will probably start to pick it up. You saw that he was trying to get himself going by getting into it with Spoon.
Right.
But you got a Spoon, like they basically held you. You're about to punt. So I don't know how effective that John was, but you got to get his motor going. For New England's defense, continue to be disruptive. You've been disruptive. I think Darnold is primed to make a mistake. Keep doing what you're doing. Getting real close, but they have to get home. I thought they almost had him for a strip sack there strip fumble sack for there.
Yeah,
but
that was close.
He snuck through there. So they get the ball first. They definitely need to get points here. 3 will be cool, but 7 will do them some justice. So especially being down 3 scores.
Right.
Dude, Seattle, what do they need to do in the second half?
Well, we spoke about calming Darnold down, and Darnold taking control of the game. That's one of the things that he has not done. And even though you get pressure on you, you still have to have control of the game. This is the first time. It's one thing to avoid pressure, and he's made some great athletic moves, and he's got more mobility than I ever thought he had, but he didn't seem to have a grasp itself on the game. And so far, the savior is Walker. Now, Guru, you mentioned challenging New England's O-line as men. I think you would have to challenge also, even though they got 94 yards and it looks good on the stats, Walker was probably half of it self-made on some of those runs. And I think that they're going to have to get a better handle on those blitzes. And you do that by blasting the football. So I would say in this half, take care of the football and get it to their dogs that are the wideouts. You mentioned Cooper Kupp, G, on some of those passes and things that are going on. And you'll get it to Najigba, but guess what? It might not be that type of game. This is what you said, Guru. This is the pedestrian game that I believe you were referring to. Mm-hmm. And they have to do the small things to get through this pedestrian game with the run and taking care of the football. That will be the story of the football game.
You made a great point about their O-line. I mean, it appears that they might be doing a good job, like you said, because Walker's almost at a buck, but their pass blocking has been terrible. I mean, there was maybe 2 or 3 times out of the whole half that Darnold actually had a little bit of time. But I would love to see a little bit of a breakdown of the coverage that they're playing, because the games that I've watched Seattle this year, even on the play action pass he had in this game, usually they hit something when he's got that much time, especially when he does play action, and there was nothing there. So I would love to see what New England's playing on that back end. Whatever it is working. CG is all over the field. G, what are your thoughts on Seattle in the second half and what they need to do to finish this off, basically?
Yeah, defensively, continue what you're doing. Special teams, they got to figure out a way to put that punter under some pressure to make him try to get that ball kicked off quicker, so they're not playing good keep away. So that would be helpful. And I was just looking at some notes I wrote. Halani, I hope I'm pronouncing his name correctly.
Mm-hmm.
He actually showed the spark toward the end of the second half. So they actually have a good opportunity to do some 1-2 plays. Definitely get Kupp involved. I think if they can get the running backs and Kupp involved, because I do wonder what Halani's hands are like. We know Walker's hands aren't good, but I wonder if Halani's a good catcher. And that's been his hands. His hands have been an issue all season.
Roberto Duran hands, man.
Mr. Stoney.
Brick. A brick, man. So getting Halani and Kupp in the passing game, I think would be really, really good. Now, y'all, I'm going to take y'all back. Power I, power T, running some variations with a wing back or flanker. Mm-hmm. If you're going to play smash mouth football, well, then play smash mouth offense. They probably would not be prepared for something like that because the way the NFL is done. I'm not saying that's how you should run those every play offensively or even 70%. Mm-hmm. You should bring some of those power formations in from the old school and smash them.
Yeah, where's their fullback? I mean, do you see how deep Kenneth Walker is in the backfield on the running plays?
Yeah, he's like 10 yards back.
Yes.
Yeah. Ridiculous.
Yeah, I love that idea actually, because if you can get a fullback going through that line to create even more space for him, I mean, New England's on the verge. That line, they needed halftime to come because it was starting to get tired.
They were getting tired.
Yes, man. The last run that Alani made, you could kind of see like, slipping through some tackles here. So they needed halftime to come bad. You got anything else, G, on your end for Seattle?
No, that was it. Those are highlights.
Yeah, for me, I think what they need to do, and I'm going to just piggyback off of what you just said, keep that running game going. It seems like it's starting to pick up. I think if they just stick with it, New England will start to wear down, especially if its offense can't sustain, because then it starts to get into your psyche. Our offense isn't doing anything. And every time you have to make a tackle, the longer you're out there for these drives, it starts to get into your head that, man, our offense is going 3 and out or maybe 5 plays and out. And here we are again. And this team, even though they're not scoring touchdowns, they are having multi-play drives and getting multiple first downs on these drives. And that's going to start to wear on them. I would look for Walker or Alani to break off a long run in the third quarter, early fourth quarter if this continues. I would get into a little bit more play action pass. I like the first one that they called, and I think there will be something there because if you notice towards the end of the half, CG was a little bit more involved in the run game.
Mm-hmm.
And if he's coming up like that, there's surely something that Kubiak can design. Especially, again, you run a play action and he comes up too quick. Now you got him. And it doesn't even have to be JSN.
And that's the thing. They should look for who's open, not a particular name.
Exactly. Continue. So I said continue to play action pass. I would call some design runs for Darnold because the way, anytime you have a D-line that's coming with no fear, let the quarterback break off a couple runs. They'll chill a little bit. And I think that there's something there for him. Nobody's going to expect you to call any plays for Sam Darnold to run. So I would first possession that they have, I would call a design run and see what happens. And if they stop it, that's cool, but I come back to it. Screen the running backs more. I say this again because I think they need to do something to slow down that pressure. You can't just let New England just pin their ears back this whole time. Or they're eventually going to get to Darnold, and he's eventually going to make a mistake. And I'm thinking the type of mistake he's going to make will make it go from 9-0 to 9-7. I'm not talking about a fumble or an interception in the middle of the field. He's going to make a pick 6 type of mistake, and then now you got a different game. For me, keep the defensive pressure on May. And looking at the two, I actually trust May more when I'm watching him. He doesn't look as rattled. He just doesn't have time, but he doesn't look as rattled to me as Darnold does. He looks more calm. So we'll see what they figure out. Any big players or anything special you think we might need to look for in the second half? I'm thinking a special teams play, a turnover, anything like that you guys thinking about?
Well, Shaheed, I did notice that. I don't know. I don't advise. He didn't break it, but I wouldn't advise New England to keep punting the ball to Shaheed because now Shaheed starting to get a little steam now.
Yeah, it was a decent run back. It was a decent run back that last one.
I was surprised they punted it to him. I was very surprised. I was like, okay, punt it somewhere else. But they're okay. Take your chances if you will. But down 9-0, even if he doesn't score, you're giving up field position if he gets decent returns or if you can't hold him. Even if it gets a 15-yard return. When at first they were winning the field position battle. Now they have kind of acquiesced that field position battle.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, it'll be
field position and special teams.
It'll be interesting to see what New England does with this first drive. So, man, it seems like it was a quick first half, but they're getting ready to kick off. And we will join you all after the game. So please enjoy the second half and come on back for our post-game show. See you afterwards, fellas.
All right.
Hey, welcome to the Chasing Rings Super Bowl 60 post game show. Interesting game. Woo! Man,
29-13.
congratulations to the Seattle Seahawks, Super Bowl 60 champs. One of the most impressive defensive performances we've seen. Definitely goes down in history. Man, where do we begin, fellas?
That was a big condolences to New England's O-line. Condolences.
Poor Will Campbell. Yeah. Oh, the memes that I've received already. Oh
my goodness.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, I think the guy's going to be good. So he'll look back on this one day and it's, just one of them things. He was a rookie. He'll learn. But, man, what an impressive performance by Seattle's defense. This score is going to look a little bit closer than this game actually was. But, I mean, I'm thinking it was going to be the first shutout in Super Bowl history for a minute there.
I'm going to tell you, I'd be curious to know when all is said and done and some of the insiders, start speaking with coaches and players. I want to know what happened that allowed New England just march down the field like that and score the touchdown. That second touchdown, the way they just marched down the field on them. I need to know what was going on in Seattle's mind that allowed that. That just seems so out of character for the game.
Yeah, that's a great point. And they hadn't let a receiver get behind them the entire game. And I mean, Mac had it beat pretty easily.
Right.
Yeah.
Out of all the receivers to beat somebody deep, not that, I love Mac, but you wouldn't think he'd be the one to beat somebody deep like that.
Yeah, you expect Diggs to do it, but.
Yeah, or that Butte guy who has done that a few times this year. But, whew. Man, I feel exhausted. I feel like I played. I feel exhausted.
Man, I'm gonna tell you.
Yeah,
but you know what? I believe New England. Of course, Seattle is pretty much set up. I expect them to be contenders for a while. But I do believe New England has some pieces in place. I think they need to go into the draft and the off season, the free agency season, and plug in some holes. This is one of those games that reminds me of something that an old football coach said, was that you have to have backup linemen on both sides of the ball who can plug in, like plug and play. So he said a team who can get too deep on the line, they're going to be good all the time. And I'm telling you, this was a perfect example of that.
Yeah, and that's tough to do. You haven't seen too many teams in history who've been able to do that because it's hard. It's hard to get guys across the board, let alone to have a backup who is viable across the board. Yeah, I agree with you. It makes a hell of a difference. And I mean, that's when we first started to dissect this matchup, it was the thing that we harped on over and over and over again, the interior. Who wins the battle at the line is going to win this game. And consistently for almost the entire four quarters. I mean, I think Seattle picked its spot certainly towards the end. I think they slacked up a little bit, but they could have easily had 10 sacks tonight on this kid. They really could have. I was a little bit in shock as the sack total started to run up. And I actually lost track of his turnovers and sacks this postseason.
Seven sacks.
Well, actually it was 6. It was actually 6 because they took away the sack because they gave number 7 Nawasu. They gave him a pick 6. So since they called it interception, they didn't call it 7
after they took that away, though.
Okay.
Huh?
I thought Al Michaels said it was 7 after they. It was 6.
I thought.
Okay, because I thought that too, big dude. I thought it was 6 too. But Al Michaels said, well, now it's 7 since that counted as an interception. But I had 6 as well. In either case, Mr. May was sacked 22/23 times during the playoffs, and I actually lost track of the turnovers and fumbles. That's how poorly he played in the playoffs, and people can debate it. I'm not making it up. Look up the statistics. Look back at the 4 playoff games counting the Super Bowl. He did not play well in any of these games. And if you look at the MVP voting that took place the other night, for him to be that close to Matthew Stafford, come on. I think we so readily look for this next great quarterback, especially because it's the Patriots and Tom Brady. This dude could go on and win 5 Super Bowls. He's not going to be Tom Brady.
No,
those type of dudes do not come along that often. He might be, he could be Tom Brady Jr. if that's what you want to do, but he's not going to be Tom Brady. You're not going to replace. I think New England fans think you're just we're good now. We're going to get 7 more or 6 more Super Bowls. Well, that's not really how it works.
right.
Ask San Francisco if that's how it works. Ask Dallas if that's how it works. Ask Pittsburgh if that's how it works for those teams that had dynasties. You don't repeat that. You don't replicate that. If they did, it would be something for the ages. But anyways, my rant, man, about Drake May. He's the Drake May that I saw play at UNC. I'm not saying he's not going to get better, but that's the Drake May. The Drake May we've seen over the last month is the Drake May that I saw at North Carolina that I wouldn't have drafted. Who wants the floor next?
Well, being a Carolina fan, that was the thing about Drake May. He showed those flashes, man. Like
yes,
when he's dialed in, but basically what you saw today, it'd be just too many times where he would just make some bad decisions. This dude was sacked 6 times today. Had 2 fumbles and a turnover and an interception. 2 interceptions and a fumble. And I'm like, you can't win like that. And obviously he was under pressure. So, I have to give it to New England. It could have been worse, I would think.
Mm-hmm.
I was actually expecting it to be worse. You all know I thought it would be 35-10. So they did better than I expected, and Seattle didn't do as well as I expected. So defensive game. I can't remember which one of you said that it would be a defensive game, but some key big plays will be the difference. I can't remember which one of you said that, but that's exactly what happened.
Yeah. Can we think of a quarterback, and we'll open it up to you next, big dude, to add your thoughts. But in adding your thoughts, both of you have we seen a team get to the Super Bowl where the quarterback got sacked on average 5 times in every playoff game and turned the ball over on average twice in each of those playoff games?
I can't think of one. I really can't. And like I said, Drake May made some bad decisions, but you know what? He was scared to death. This is where the grown man part really came with Seattle. But all through the playoffs, I don't know of anyone else. But I think even they were beaten so badly, there was not an offensive lineman that was even willing or could take leadership, because the guy who was supposed to be taking leadership, Moses, he started getting beat really badly as well. He brought the offense down and talked to them. And one of the little comments I made texting is what does he say to himself? Because, and I think I did say maybe an episode or 2 just about his condition. And that's what I realized. By the middle of the third quarter, he's not able to push through that wall. So they've really got to figure out what they're going to do with conditioning, with strength. And I guess they have to find out if they're going to keep Doug Marrone, because that was a tough game for Doug Marrone. Yeah. That was not a good game to go down in history. So 3 games in a row, as you say, Guru, 5 sacks a game, that doesn't add up to coming back. I think it's going to be a matter of the mindset next year, to figure out how they're going to climb through it again. It's because it's going to take a whole lot. And I give it to New England for the turnaround, but we saw the difference between the NFC and the AFC this year. And Seattle just did a nice job of pressure. And in the second half, actually, to tell you the truth, they didn't blitz as much in the first half, and they still got them. And I think the first series that New England had in the second half, they got the ball back, did nothing with it at all. makes a terrible. May makes a terrible throw, and then Arnold, on the other hand, gets hit and makes the throw he needs to make. That changed the game.
And what about Darnold stepping up to those times that should have been sacks or, man, just like perfect timing to just elude the rush. So many missed passes by him tonight, too. This could have been so much worse.
He was off.
Yeah, he was.
He was
pressure
off.
do that to you, though. I think pressure did it to both of these quarterbacks. They're both more accurate than that. They both were around 70%. I think May was 70% during the regular season, and Darnold was like 67 point.
Right.
So, I mean, that pressure, man, makes a hell of a – I can't wait to see what their percentages were tonight, but I know that at one point they were both at 50-something.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it was definitely not a good quarterbacking game today.
So, yeah, I mean, we're talking about New England and what they didn't do. And congratulations to the New England Patriots on a tremendous season. I mean, from where they were last year, regardless of, what myself and everyone else is saying about their schedule, you still got to play who's in front of you, and you still somehow got to find a way to win. And however it panned out, whoever they had to play, they still made it to the last dance. So congratulations to them. But Seattle, man,
Phew.
what a performance. And I almost feel like at first I was like, well, what are they doing that's so great? But then after the fifth punt and then the sixth punt and then the seventh punt, I'm like, yo, they are shutting this. I mean, New England's offense is not that bad to punt that many times in a row.
Right.
So they had a nice scheme dialed up. And Michael McDonald's, that's his forte, is that defense. And man, he drew it. He outcoached Vrabel tonight. And that's one of the things that we talked about, the experience versus the newbie. And I think we had talked about McDonald being such a smart coach and the supporting cast he had. I would love to see the backstories to this, especially Leslie Frazier's involvement, because we'll hear all about that stuff on NFL Network. At some point, probably a year from now. Well, Leslie came in and told us this, and that was the key to the victory. But man, I would love to know what their thought was going into this game in terms of how they were going to put the type of pressure they did on May throughout the whole game. I mean, even at the end, they were on my boy.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Well, and it was like you said, there was nobody else. And you mentioned the depth, G, in the offensive line. The tough part about NFL teams, they don't really carry more than nine. I guess no more than 9 linemen, the offensive linemen, 8 usually, and maybe 1 or 2 on the practice squad. So
Big dude, you try to get a guy too that can play more than one way too, right, big dude?
Right. Yeah, if you can. I know some tight ends. There's some tight ends that can play also defensive line. You use their athleticism the way you could use it. And then some tight end, and one is not going to play, that might be your backup left tackle. So and that's how some people change it. That's what Jason Peters did. Jason Peters was a tight end, and then he changed over to tackle. And you get and Andy Heck did that. That used to be with Notre Dame. He was a tight end, and then he switched over to tackle.
Andy Heck, yeah, I remember.
Yep, he was a tight end at first. Converted tight end.
Linemen are a premium.
Yes.
Yeah, I keep looking up to see if they announced the MVP yet. Have you guys heard yet? I don't think they've announced it yet.
Let me see.
I haven't seen it.
I actually tuned away. Let me see.
They presented the trophy. Was Kenneth Walker? Yep, Kenneth Walker was the MVP. Okay. Congratulations to Kenneth Walker. Man, that's a tough one.
That's not a bad choice, though.
Oh, not a terrible choice at all. I'm not debating it
at all.
Usually, when a kicker kicks that many field goals, though, that's usually your MVP. But
didn't he have a record? Wasn't this a record number?
Yes, it was.
Yes,
that's why I can't believe he didn't get it to be and Kenneth Walker. How about if he got that last touchdown? He would have probably been 175. The one they called back.
Think about this: all the Super Bowls that have passed, he's the first running back to win MVP since Terrell Davis.
1998, right?
Yeah, I don't remember what year it was. Whenever they won,
that's what I was going to use. That's what I was going to use for my what moment. I almost used that.
I don't know about that one, man.
What?
I mean, no doubt he did he did well for himself. No doubt about that.
Mm-hmm.
But he didn't put up what 20. How many field goals was kicked?
5.
Did he get
6,
15? Yeah,
5.
15
Yeah,
points.
he didn't
He
put up
almost beat him
15
by
points.
himself.
Right. I'm like, you didn't put up 15 points.
Yeah.
That's why I thought the kicker would win it, because he put up points.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And Walker, he didn't get to the end zone, did he?
No, but he had some damn important runs and plays. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, he
you
did.
know, this is a
He
side
had back-to-back
note, too.
runs and plays.
Side note too, and we'll have, I'm sure, a show about this at some point, because I have certain view on this whole concussion protocol thing. Man, you can't tell me that Jay is in past no concussion protocol.
Hard to believe.
I just don't believe that. But
Very hard to believe.
play along with it.
Mm.
Play along with it.
I don't.
Yeah, it's only his health and well-being. I mean, I think they need to really take another look at that. I don't really think it really benefited them to even have him back in the game. Even if that's where I'm not sure about McDonald. I say, you know what, leave him out.
Yeah,
because you had Cup, and now you got AJ in the game, the tight end. You know, you had all that stuff going on, and you're running the ball, and all you got to do is finish him.
Right.
Speaking of Cup got him another ring.
Yeah, how about that? How about that, man? And he battled hard, and those guys, let me tell you something, they were on him. They didn't give him any space, and he didn't back off.
That was a physical game. I tell you what, man, that New England defense, they impressed the hell out of me. They are legit. I don't know what he did to make them better, this much better, but that's a different team than I saw in the regular season.
Yeah, that's what I thought today. And, you know, I mean, they weren't going to have a chance necessarily to win at first, I said, but, you know, they put themselves in a position. The defense certainly proved to everybody else, hey, we can stay with anybody.
I mean, you got to figure, as long as they held them to all those field goals, I mean, your offense ultimately has got to show up at some point.
Yeah,
exactly.
You know,
exactly.
But Sam
so
Darnold,
what are New England's offseason needs?
Great segue. For me, I think they need a more of a superstar wide receiver. Personally, I like Diggs, of course, but he's at the tail end of his career. Mac Hollins is a journeyman. I don't know how good this Butte kid can be, but I think they're missing that on the outside. I think they're set at their running backs, and what we saw tonight, obviously, they need some O-line.
Yeah,
I would say O-line for them would be the biggest need.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm thinking. I mean, for them, they're probably lucky to just have. We need to focus here.
Yeah, I mean they can get away with that wide receiving core, so I would go O-line.
I agree.
I'm trying to see.
Yeah, but we'll have to see. I mean, Jared Wilson, the left guard, though, the guy from your hometown, he had a rough game. Nobody really talked about.
Had a bad night.
Yeah, he just got manhandled. I mean, he simply did.
I tell you one thing: if they're the type of players, both of them, the offensive, the guard and the tackle, if they're the type of people that learn from experience, they're going to come back next year beasting. You watch. That's if they learn from it.
Yeah, and I think that he was a legit pick. He's from LSU, wasn't the tackle that was getting killed? Isn't he from LSU?
Yes.
Yeah, so I think he's a legit pick. I mean, he got rookie tonight, is what happened to him.
Basically.
Yeah.
New England's got the 31st pick. New England has the 31st pick, so you're not going to get anything. I mean, you can, catch lightning in a bottle, but you're not getting one of the top OLs with the 31st pick. And maybe they can get a veteran free agent too that still got some miles on them.
You know what? Maybe they got 11, 12 picks. They may be able to move up and get a tackle.
That's true. And I mean, it would be an attractive place to go if you're a free agent. I mean, you have a team that just was the runner up. Yeah, I'll join you next year and help you get over the top.
Yep. Because honestly, one thing we saw, if Drake May has time, he can actually throw some good passes.
I think the fact that he can use his legs so well and get out of there, and you can call design runs for him. Definitely the future's bright. I was a little bit in jest when we were texting during the game. I think that there's so many teams to go through, and I just think that they caught the right matchups this year. It's kind of what they were saying about my boys. Like, man, you could, even though you're the 6th seed, this is kind of the year you might be able to get through this thing. And I think that, that at New England had that same advantage. I don't, these matchups could have ended up much differently. And, you get a different CJ Stroud, you get a healthy Chargers team, you end up having to play maybe the Jags. So many things change from year to year with these teams and the playoffs. It's just, I think we're not in that age anymore where you're like, oh, well, they're the runner-up, so I'm sure they'll be back next year. I mean, look at Seattle's end of it. There's no guarantee Seattle's coming back because you got the Rams to deal with. I would think San Francisco will be better, so it's going to be the same thing with that division next year. Not to mention the other teams in the NFC. You got the Eagles, Green Bay. I think that whole NFC East next year will be a problem. I think all those teams are going to be good in the NFC East.
Be more competitive anyway.
I mean, the NFC probably still be the stronger conference.
Going
to be as competitive as ever in football. The NFL might be at a point where they're going to be looking at some really good competitive years because you got a lot of nice young talent in the league. And I think we got to the point that I knew we were building to is almost every team has a franchise quarterback, almost every team. And that's very rare.
I never thought about that. Wow, that's pretty rare.
I mean, think about it. We can easily probably count who does not have a quarterback. Everybody in your division has a quarterback, big dude.
Yeah.
Everybody in the NFC. Who's in the NFC North? Chicago, Green Bay, Detroit. Who are we missing?
Yeah.
Minnesota.
Atlanta doesn't have one.
Minnesota. Okay, let's go to the South. Atlanta.
I don't think they have a true one.
The Saints. The Saints don't have one.
Right.
And then what division are we missing?
Tampa Bay has one.
Yeah.
You can argue Cleveland doesn't have one right now. You can argue that.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep track of the teams in the NFC. I got 4 in the NFC. And then AFC, we got Cleveland, Pittsburgh, Jets,
Colts,
Dolphins. You might have
what's the Titans?
They got Cam Ward, and I'll give him that for the time being. I think that he has the potential. And I shouldn't say franchise quarterback. I should say most of the teams have the quarterback that either is their franchise or think will be their franchise quarterback. So I'll preface that because even Indianapolis, Daniel Jones, if he's what we saw during the year, they're good. So all the teams in that division would be fine. So I just think that you have more high-level quarterbacks. Almost every team has one, and that's what makes the league so competitive because that's what makes it go.
Yeah. I tell you, I agree with you, though. The coming years are definitely going to be interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, we may even start getting down to some levels of parity, I hope.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it, man. I mean, yeah, people talking about people's playoff windows closing and all of that. You never know what you're going to get from it.
Yeah, that's negativity.
Yeah,
that's true. And then too, sometimes people just say stuff because they have to say something for content purposes.
Yep.
And they just say anything.
Yeah. So thinking about next year, and since I just said that it could be all over the place, who do you think will be the teams to beat next year?
I can't answer that until after I see how the draft and
I'm saying as if you had to say today, based on what we just saw, where the teams are right now before the draft, what teams would you expect should be factors again in each conference?
I think the Rams will be back. And I think the Broncos will make another run at it also. Jacksonville will probably, I think, challenge the Broncos.
I agree.
That's what I'm looking at. I think the AFC might have a better playoff next year.
I'm curious to see if that Houston defense can repeat what it did this year. I really hope they can because I want to see what they can do with CJ at his best. If
I
that's
hope
their
he gets
answer.
CJ at his best.
That's what I was gonna say. If that's the answer, maybe they have to move on. I guess we'll find
Well,
out next year.
well, how long do you give CJ? Just next year?
I think at this point, yeah, I
Because
Yeah.
would.
next year is what, year 4?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because people are moving on. Did I just see, and anybody get the wrong information? Did I see that the Kansas City moved on from Pacheco, or did I miss that? Somebody just text.
I didn't see that, but I wouldn't be surprised. I didn't see it though.
Yeah, I don't see them signing him to a bigger contract. I mean, he did good as they're not going to give him the second one, I don't think. There's another example. Kansas City finding out what they're doing.
Yeah, in his style of play, you're not going to last that long. He runs very violent, and you know the life of a running back, how that is.
Yeah. Yeah, he's a tough kid.
Yeah, you're right, big dude. They're likely moving on from him and going to let him go to free agency.
Oh.
That's going to be a heck of a free agent pickup for somebody.
Yeah, and it's going to be a heck of a pickup because I think they'll also make out money-wise. It'll also be a good deal. I don't think they're going to get the bank broken on him. I don't think they really can yet. I mean, his original contract was just what's the minimum? Was the NFL minimum, and it was $5 million but it wasn't guaranteed, or three. I think it was 3.9 million or something like that. But it wasn't guaranteed. But I think he might have made it.
Oh man, they said they're trying to get a high-end running back, and they have the 9th pick.
Kansas City?
Yep.
Oh man.
So I guess now I got to start delving into team needs.
Yeah, but you know what though? I think Kansas City's the odd man out in the AFC. I just don't. I don't see how they're gonna reload that fast to go to where they were with all of these up and coming teams even in their own division, because now you got to deal with Bo Nix now. First it was just Herbert. Now you got to deal with Denver, and the Raiders are going to be good. Give them a few years. So these next few years for Mahomes might be crucial.
Yeah. And he's got to stay healthy. And their O-line is not the best anymore. They are not.
Yeah, they got some choices. They got some decisions to make. I mean, honestly, I don't think I draft a running back that high based on what I saw the protection look like for Mahomes this year.
Yeah.
And no receivers on the outside really to threaten anything. But we'll have all the time in the world to delve into the draft. I can't wait. I like looking at that stuff. But
that's like in 2 weeks.
We got anything else on this game tonight? Are we ready to sign off this bad boy?
No, just running the ball. I think the value of the running back is back. That's what I say. And I think it has to be because it's really one of the few things that can turn it around now. Now, they must have been listening to you, the Patriots, because they did line up in a power eye, but they did it one series.
Mm-hmm. And it worked.
Right. In the first play, it was 8 yards. And then they stopped.
I probably want to ask them is, why didn't you come with Henderson sooner? Because he started getting off at the end.
Yeah.
He did.
They held him back.
I bet you they won't hold him back next year, though.
Nah. Yeah, I would think that Ramondre Stevenson might be done there. But that's just me. I don't know what their cap and what all their other needs are. I know line, but I don't know what else they're looking to do and who they might lose. But they seem like they're pretty young across the board. I think they're still one of the youngest teams in the league.
Yeah.
So where would you guys rate this, like, as entertaining Super Bowls? I wasn't really that entertained.
Good Lord, dude, big dude.
I'm a big dude. I'm with you. I was not entertained at all. I appreciated the great defense. I do like that. Don't get me wrong. But it was a little bit of I'm gonna go downstairs for a minute. I don't think we're gonna miss anything.
No.
You know what? It's kind of messed up what I'm getting ready to say, but I'm gonna say it anyway.
Mm-hmm.
If I didn't need to sit down and take notes so I could come back and talk with a look.
Yep.
I probably been up and around doing stuff.
Yep.
Good thing I had some good food, man. Otherwise, it
That's what
was
I'm
a
getting ready to go get
surprise.
some good food as soon as we're done.
Yeah. That saved it. But
It did. It did.
well, another good NFL season. Congrats again to Seattle. Thank you for anyone that did join us today. For checking us out and
Yeah, bro.
spending
Baby steps.
parts of the day with us. Yep, taking baby steps with this. Still new, but feel free to check us out. Like I said, on all the streaming apps, all the major streaming platforms, and we're gonna stick to it. We go on again Tuesday, recording our regular Tuesday episode. And I guess you gentlemen enjoy. Well, Steph and I, a big dude, we're on the East Coast, so our weekend's pretty much done. Gee, you enjoy what's left of your weekend because you have a few hours left in this day.
I do have a few hours, and I am going to enjoy them.
All right. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. Big dude, G. Catch you later.
All right, guys. Good evening.
Great day with y'all.